For public safety during this COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being conducted virtually through GoToWebinar, both by video and audio. For public safety during this COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being conducted virtually through GoToWebinar, both by video and audio. For public safety, there you go. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that technical glitch there. But again, for public safety during this COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being conducted virtually through GoToWebinar, both by video and audio, and is also being streamed live on DEQ's YouTube channel. Public notice of this informal conference was published in the Sheridan Press on April 29th, 2020 and May 6th, 2020. Now I'm going to turn it over to Keith Gill with the DEQ to provide some information at this time about how the GoToWebinar will work for this informal conference. So Keith.
Thank you, Todd. Good morning, everyone. My name is Keith Gill. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality. As you know, we're here today for the informal conference that was requested by several parties. And again, once again, for the public safety during the COVID-19 pandemic, the meeting is available virtually through GoToWebinar and on the Wyoming DEQ YouTube channel. You can actually locate that feed on our main DEQ website. Anyone that was watching, I want to apologize. That feed was down just briefly. It is now live. The process of the informal conference will go as follows. Director Todd Parfit will provide additional comments. After Director Parfit's comments, we will begin the comment period from the identified parties. The list of parties that will be making additional comments is located in the bottom right section on your page on GoToWebinar. It's under the attachments. You should be able to, or handouts it's called. There should be one of 5. And the name of the document is List of Parties and Agenda. This list, the previous list was also emailed last night to all public members that registered on the GoToWebinar system. Currently, all public members signed into the GoToWebinar are automatically on mute. When it is time for a party to provide comments, Director Parfit will notify the party on this system and then unmute their microphone. We ask that you speak clearly. The director will then call on the individuals who have registered to provide oral statements. The commenters system will be activated so they will be able to provide their statement. Additionally, when someone is called on to provide a statement, the next individual or the person that is on the list after them will be called on to speak. Will be called on to speak after that previous person. If a party is attending a meeting at the Sheridan Field Office, you will provide your statements through the conference room system as you are there with Mark Rogoszewski. All individuals registered to attend or participate in the informal conference will also have the ability to provide written statements for the record. That written statement can be uploaded to the Smart Comment system. And that Smart Comment system where the link is, it's the same link that you use to provide comments for the public comment period during the Brook mine draft permit. And that is on our main website. It's on the banner. To view the Brook mine comments, you can upload those now between 9 and 4 p.m.
All right. Thank you, Keith. And Keith will repeat some of that information on how to provide a written statement when we reconvene after the lunch hour today as well. So this informal conference is being recorded and will be available on the department's website and YouTube channel. This informal conference is also being recorded through transcription as required. Transcription is being done by Kathy Kendrick with Wyoming Reporting Services. As we go through the informal conference, I would ask that everybody make sure that they speak loudly, clearly, and slowly so that we can get everything transcribed accurately. Here with me in Cheyenne is Alan Edwards, the Deputy Director, Matt Van Wormer with the Office of the Attorney General, Craig Holtz with the Land Quality Division, and Keith Gill, DEQ's Public Information Officer. Other Land Quality Division staff with us in Sheridan are Mark Rogoszewski and BJ Christensen. The purpose of the informal conference is for the DEQ to receive more detail on comments received and objections raised during the public comment period regarding the Brook Mine coal permit application, and to help me make a decision on whether to issue or deny the permit application. This is an informal conference, so the rules of a formal hearing process do not apply. Parties are free to present information they believe I should consider in making a decision on the application. However, there is no testimony under oath and there is no cross-examination. All participation in this conference today is voluntary. Per the rules of practice and procedure, several parties to the informal conference requested and were granted access to the permit area relevant to the informal conference. The access site tours were provided on May 6th, 2020. I want to say thank you to Brook Mine and Jeff Barron for making those arrangements. The informal conference was scheduled to begin at 9 a.m., which we did. And we will conclude at 4 p.m. or sooner if we've gotten through all of the oral statements. We will take a break as close to noon as possible for a 1-hour lunch. The informal conference will be conducted in an orderly fashion. We had 42 individuals registered for today's informal conference, with 25 requesting the opportunity to provide an oral statement. I recognize that some will be combining their oral statements, in particular with the Powder River Basin Resource Council and with Brook Mine. For the record, the 25 public commenters and or applicant representatives that requested an opportunity to provide an oral statement are as follows. Bill Bensel, Art Hayes Jr. with the Tongue River Water Users, Joanne Westbrook, Mary Brezick Fisher, James Axemet, Jillian Malone, Joan Tellez, John Boyack, Anton Boshek, Jordan Sweeney with Bighorn Coal, Keith Buron representing Bighorn Coal, Priscilla Dillon, Jill Morrison, Mike Wireman, Gennaro Marino, Robin Bagley, and Shannon Anderson. There were the last five, Jill Morrison, Mike Wireman, Gennaro Marino, Robin Bagley, and Shannon Anderson are considered part of the PRVRC contingent that will be providing their oral statement in the afternoon. With Brook Mine, we have Errol Lawrence, Jeff Barron, Tom Vandergrift, Timothy Ross, Carrie Speck, Tom Sansonetti, Pat Day, and Joanne DeWald. And they too will be considered as one oral statement, but be given appropriate time. So I will start in the order as was just listed. Each registered party will have up to 15 minutes to provide their oral statement. Then, because they represent several commenters and requesters, I will provide the Powder River Basin Resource Council 60 minutes to make their oral statement and to provide supporting information regarding the written comments previously submitted. I'm assuming, Shannon Anderson, that you will be taking the lead for PRVRC. And then if you have, or as you have others that will be presenting, please let us know and we can open up their mics for them when they're ready. I will then provide the applicant, Ramaco or Brook Mine, 60 minutes to provide any information that they would like to offer. The format will be the same as just described. Whoever the lead is, and I understand that it's Tom Sansonetti will be the lead. Just let us know when others will be assisting with the presentation and we'll turn their mics on. For all of those that are providing an oral statement, I may ask questions as you go along for clarity. I will reserve some time upon conclusion of each statement to ask any follow-up questions. You will be notified when you are nearing the end of your allotted time. Try to give you a 5-minute warning before the end of your time. Upon conclusion of the Brook mine statement, I will assess how much time is still available. If sufficient time is remaining, I will consider asking if any party who provided an oral statement would like additional time. If such a request is made, I will determine how much additional time to make available for those parties. Again, during the oral statements, I will ask questions for clarity and will reserve time for final follow-up questions. So finally, some parties who requested an opportunity to make an oral statement asked that their allotted time be made available for use by other parties. We have built that into the allotted time. It is important to give everyone who commented during the comment period and also requested the opportunity for an oral statement to have that opportunity to be heard. If someone who made a request to speak elects not to provide an oral statement, that time will be made available if needed later in the informal conference. Okay, so one final check. Mark, you can hear us fine. You can turn on your mic.
Yeah, I'll have to turn on. I got it.
There you go. Okay, you're on.
All right.
Yep, yeah, I've got head nods saying, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Craig, can you hear us in room 211?
Yes, I can hear you good.
All right, terrific. Okay, so now we will take the first presenter for an oral statement, and that would be Bill Bensel.
Hey, Bill, can you hear us?
I can hear you. How about on the other end?
We can hear you as well, sir.
We can hear you fine.
Very good. Success. My name is Bill Bensel. I live outside of Ranchester, Wyoming. Thank you, Director Parfit and your DEQ staff for arranging this meeting. I know it's been difficult to provide for due process for public input, especially under the current conditions of the pandemic. I trust that the neighbors and concerned parties will have their full opportunity to speak on record to the impacts of this controversial and questionable mine proposal located in the Tongue River Valley. I live 2.6 miles to the south of the proposed mine boundary. I am very concerned with a number of issues which I have expressed to you previously, including impacts on ground and surface water, blasting and air quality, subsidence, and the more dire effects on landowners who live directly adjacent to the mine site. Deriving details for the mine have been vague at best, thus your many DEQ revisions to the mine plan. Attempting to nail down the truth and facts of the proposal for mining and the directly associated Ramaco experimental scheme has been frustrating with ever-changing plans and statements. As an irrigator, I am extremely concerned that the mine proponents have avoided identification of water rights required of the mine and processing. Postponing any adjudication of water rights will have a negative ripple effect on irrigation and municipal use up and down Tongue River and has the potential to bring renewed legal consequences under the Yellowstone Compact. That all said, I want to focus my comments this morning on the impacts of a major coal mine development on recreation and hunter use. Tongue River and Goose Creek are major recreational areas, accessible to the public for a wide variety of recreational uses. The area provides for walking, biking, skiing, fishing, boating, and hunting. Recreational use and public access is limited in the Sheridan area, and this area adjacent and underlaying the mine receives a lot of use in all seasons of the year. The proposed Brook mine boundary overlaps and is directly adjacent to these popular recreational areas. Blasting, hauling, and the high-intensity industrial activity associated with the production coal mine will compromise safety, reduce water quality, and degrade the high-quality hunting, fishing, and other recreational experiences that are so valued by the public. I have to mention that there are also historic cemetery locations within the proposed mine boundary that should never be disturbed. The proposed mine boundary overlays the Wyoming Game and Fish Hunter Management Walk-in Areas number 1 and 6. High recreational demand in a county with very limited access drove the establishment of these areas for public hunting and fishing. This area is stocked with pheasants, paid for with $100 through the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I see the highest hunter use levels of all Sheridan County hunter access areas right here. Also, nonprofit organizations, including the Sheridan County Land Trust and National Wild Turkey Federation, have contributed their support to enhance public use here. They've invested. These areas also provide hunting opportunities for other species, including deer, turkey, waterfowl, and predators. Recreational target shooting occurs here as well. There are also additional upland birds, including gray partridge and sage grouse. The Clean Burn Ponds recreation area was also created due to the high recreational demands of our Sheridan County population. This area gets tremendous use for fishing, boating, hiking, and other related uses. Fish are stocked by the Wyoming Game and Fish through our license fees. The proposed Brook mine will rob the citizens of this county of a special asset that they value and enjoy. To avoid disturbance and loss of recreational use, no coal mining should occur within 1.5 miles from walk-in and hunter management areas 1, 6, and 7, and the adjoining state and county lands that are used for recreational purposes. That said, there is no need for a full mine development here. The logic of this proposal is absent, whether it be to feed experimental carbon research facilities or to supply to the thermal coal market. That is the end of my statement.
Thank you, Bill. I do have one question for you. If you wouldn't mind just speaking a little bit to the, you made mention of in your written comments, the Sheridan County Comprehensive Plan land use document. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Yes, Todd. The comprehensive plan that was recently updated does not include an industrial site. It's for this mine boundary area. It's currently agricultural use. So there would have to be a rezoning process going forward to jive with the comprehensive plan and allow the development of the mine.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your statement. Okay, so next on the list, we have Art Hayes with the Tongue River Water Users.
Who's up next after him?
Oh, yeah. And then Joan Westbrook will be up after Art, but is Art, are you there?
I think
Art?
I'm muted.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
we got you.
Okay. I am Art Hayes Jr., President of the Tongue River Water Users Association. I'm happy to be able to address this DEQ meeting today. And I would like to address it in two things, both water availability and water quality. The Tongue River is really the lifeblood of both Montana and Wyoming agriculture, and like most rivers in the western United States, the Tongue River is overappropriated. Um, under the Yellowstone Compact, Montana can and will make a call on Wyoming for water in dry years. The United States U.S. Supreme Court case number 137 original, the special master Burton Thompson has laid out much of a plan for how we manage this river in the future. And it's my understanding that any water rights obtained for this mine will be post 50. If Montana makes a call, those water rights will have to be shut down until the call is lifted or replacement water found. Under the compact, all Wyoming water that is being stored in reservoirs, and when Montana makes a call, that water will be measured, and if Tongue River Reservoir does not fill, those post 50 waters will have to be released downstream to Montana. For groundwater, I would like to quote from the Special Master's findings final report, page 92. He quoting, I previously concluded that Wyoming must ensure that post-1950 groundwater pumping does not interfere with the continuing enjoyment of the pre-50 surface rights of Montana. If Montana shows that groundwater pumping in Wyoming has depleted the state line flow at a time when water is needed for pre-50 appropriations, the rights in Montana has established a violation of the compact. Granted, we have the special master has laid out guidance, and Montana is working very closely with Wyoming now, after this case, to how to manage this river. But any pre-50 water or post-50 water right will be called on. I also can see that a downstream user in Wyoming could make a call if this mine is taking water out of the alluvium for its operation and decreasing the flow in the river, and it would affect the Wyoming water users. That Wyoming water user would probably have to make a call. As to the water quality, in the past, water quality in Tongue River is turning saline. The Montana water users and others went before the Montana Board of Environmental Review and established water quality standards for this river, and those were approved by the EPA. Wyoming challenged those water quality standards in federal court in Cheyenne. Judge Bremer, after quite a long time and several hearings, sent those water qualities back to the EPA for further study, and the EPA, after quite a while, approved those EPA water quality standards for Montana. If you look at the Montana state line gauge, USGS gauges, you'll see that the water quality in Tongue River at the state line, when the gauge opened up around March 28th or 25th, was close to that 1,000 EC standard of Montana. After, it does not seem to drop until after we start getting water out of the mountain. I think if you look at the EC gauge at Miles City, we have been running over the 1,000 EC standard for 60 days so far this year. it's been running as an average of 1,200. This is harmful water. This is actually will poison our ground, assault our ground, and is hard on aquatic life and new plants. Young alfalfa cannot stand this high of EC water. We are very concerned. We must learn from our past experiences with coal bed methane, and where we have seems like when methane started, the ECs of the river started way up, and they have not started dropping. We're still going up. We're still experiencing the effect of methane. And I would like to quote Dr. Larry Munn from the University of Wyoming. He said, any time when you bring these salts up from these deep geological formations and put them on the surface, you're going to have a negative effect on irrigated agriculture. But I am also concerned that the DEQs from both Wyoming and Montana fail to address this problem, and we are the ones who are suffering. And we will continue to fight for our clean water and for water, our appropriated water from the compact. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll attempt to answer any questions you have right this time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Art. I appreciate your statement and appreciate the written comments that you've submitted, and we'll be taking those into consideration. Do you have any?
No.
So thank you, Art. We don't have any follow-up questions for you at this time. So next up is Joanne Westbrook, and then after Joanne will be Mary Brezek Fisher. So Joanne.
Yes, I'm Joanne Westbrook. I'm a concerned citizen and a landowner in the area of Ranchester. Our family uses the road up Soida Creek that passes through the mine area and would have to be located at some point, they say, which is concerning because there's nothing written out or specified as to what might happen with that road. Who would pay for it, anything about the conditions of the road or anything of that sort. The other main concerns I have about this mine are the water quality and the quantity, to the proximity of Soida Creek and the runoff into Soida Creek. That Soida Creek goes right next to the mine, the first part of the proposed mine. And any runoff is going to go right there and right into the Tongue River. And the proposed water usage of the mine, around 300,000 gallons a day, is not specified where they're going to get that water. How it's going to be provided is not specified in that permit. It's very important that that usage not be allowed to affect the stock water or the wells in the area or the quality of the water in the Tongue River. I'm concerned about the recreation areas. How would they be replaced if they're affected? Would they be replaced, or would we just lose those? I think the struggle over the mine is in a way an example of the struggle in Sheridan County and lots of counties about what course is the county going to take How are the residents going to be treated? How is the land going to be treated? How is the wildlife going to be treated? Is that process going to be fair and open and transparent? And is it going to be spelled out in a rigorous way or just kind of left to chance? And we really need to see it spelled out in a way that's decent for the environment and decent for the people and fair. And I appreciate the opportunity to make these comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Joanne. Appreciate the comments. I don't think we have any further questions at this time. But
Okay.
appreciate your commenting and your providing the oral statement.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Mary Fisher, followed by Jillian Malone. So, Mary?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you quite well.
Okay, great. This is Mary Fisher. Thank you, Mr. Parfit, for the opportunity to make a statement on the record, and also thanks to Keith and Craig and the other DEQ folks who made the arrangements to facilitate this informal conference. As you know, my husband and I are landowners within a half a mile of the planned coal mine, and were parties to the previous contested case hearing conducted by the Environmental Quality Council. We are still parties to litigation currently pending with the Wyoming Supreme Court based on Ramaco's appeal of the EQC's 29-page ruling outlining serious deficiencies with the proposed mine plan. On April 23rd, 2020, the Fishers submitted an objection letter to your office regarding the current permit application. And I understand that that objection letter is part of the record in this proceeding. We incorporate those comments with the following supplementation. Good decisions are based on a solid understanding of both sides of an issue. Ramaco has done a masterful job of drowning out landowners' concerns with its slick media campaign and promises of an economic windfall for our community. Unfortunately, they have made a concerted effort to thwart any attempts made by landowners to question their proposed plan. Instead of having a meeting in which questions and concerns could be expressed, the landowners were forced into a litigious, contested case proceeding, during which time Ramaco's attorneys filed motion after motion to dismiss and strike the landowners' participation and testimony in that process. Thankfully, the EQC took a reasoned and scientific approach to this matter. They listened, and they decided after hearing both sides of the argument. Mr. Parfit, I implore you to do the same. There were a number of comments submitted to the DEQ, and I have reviewed those comments on your website. There were a host of supporters of the proposed mine who made comments touting the promised economic benefits. While reviewing those comments, please note the obvious distinction between those folks and the voices of the landowners who reside within close proximity of the mine operation and who will be subjected to blasting, dust, noise, sirens, diminished air quality, heavy road traffic, and other significant impacts 7 days a week. I venture to guess that most, if not all, of the vocal proponents of Ramaco's plan, including local and state government officials, none of whom live within half a mile of the proposed mine. None of them, or not many of them, have reviewed the page of the ever-changing mine plan. And they have made little effort, in my estimation, to obtain the critical facts from landowners or other sources. My husband and I do live there. We have studied and researched the mine plans for these last several years. We've researched the subsidence and hydrology issues and other important aspects of the proposed coal mine, as have our neighbors. And I urge you to take that into consideration during this hearing. As described in detail in our recent letter of objection, the situation at hand is quite unique, given the location of this proposed coal mine in the middle of the verdant Tongue River Valley. These are the facts. There are over 100 landowners within a half a mile of the mine. There are over 350 domestic and stock water wells which could be impacted. There is testimony in the record at the EQC hearing that drawdown of wells could be as much as 25 feet, and that includes our well. Hundreds of irrigators in Montana and Wyoming utilize this area for their agricultural operations, and countless members of the public, including a significant tourist trade, participate in the many recreational opportunities this fertile valley offers. This is unlike any other coal mine operation in Wyoming, such as the mines in Gillette's, quote, industrial valley, end quote. Careful consideration of these undeniable facts has to be undertaken to ensure that impacts will be minimized and landowners' properties, water wells, and very livelihood will be protected, as well as the Tongue River and Wyoming's natural resources. Following the contested case hearing, Brook has modified its original mine plan, and some improvements have been made. However, in our estimation, it is not yet accurate and complete. Experts who have reviewed this revised plan still have grave concerns about subsidence, hydrology, and alluvial valley floor issues, as expressed in their reports and in testimony I understand that they will be providing in this informal conference. There are still many unanswered questions about the viability of a new coal mine in the face of the tremendous decline of the coal industry. There is still work to be done on the mine plan to ensure greater protection to the area, properties, wells, and quality of life, given this unique location and the number of landowners who will be impacted. Serious questions remain on the risks posed by this mine. The comments by Dr. Marino and Mr. Wireman highlight that Brook Mine has not yet done the comprehensive studies the EQC said should be done to support this mine permit application under a scientific and not political standard. Therefore, this permit application should be denied. In Wyoming, we often hear the phrase, trust but verify. If Brook is just granted a permit for the TR1 area, the first phase of the operation, then it is given the opportunity to verify the claims and assurances it has made, and it can easily apply to modify its plan to include new areas in future phases. The coal mines in Gillette have done this for decades. On the other hand, if Dr. Marino and Mike Wireman's concerns prove to be true, Brook will not have the advantage of snarling the DEQ up in illegal maneuvers to allow it to keep mining. If Brook is as confident as it says it is about not causing environmental damage, it should welcome this opportunity to verify its claims, not find excuses to resist it. Wyoming and its citizens deserve for the DEQ to take this cautious approach in the face of serious concerns raised. If the director ultimately deems this mine plan complete and approves the current plan, my husband and I will have to disagree with that decision. Having said that, however, we would be naive to think the director will deny the permit application on this round, given the notable political pressure that he and the DEQ are under. Therefore, in an effort to ensure greater safety and protection for the over 100 landowners, 350 water wells, and the Tongue River Valley as a whole, and for the trust and verify reasons stated above, if the director approves the current mine plan, we request that the director consider approval of only phase 1, the first 5 years, with the following conditions and restrictions, many of which were discussed and approved in the 2017 contested case hearing. Blasting. Instead of sunrise to 1 hour before sunset, 7 days per week, as stated in the current mine plan, blasting should be limited to 5 days per week, Monday through Friday, from approximately 8 a.m. to approximately 6 p.m. and excluding holidays. Testimony at the EQC from both DEQ and Brook Mine indicated that this would be a reasonable compromise to help mitigate safety and damage concerns. An April 14th, 2020 memorandum prepared by DEQ Blasting Program Manager Rio Barney, sent to landowners, notes that due to the number of historic stone structures, some dating over 100 years, located within close proximity to blasting operations, the DEQ can reduce the maximum allowable ground vibration to ensure greater damage protection. We request that the ground vibration be reduced to 0.5 inches per second as referenced in Mr. Barney's memorandum. Blasting should be limited or restricted during inversions or high wind or weather events. There is no provision for this in the current mine plan, but it is a common condition in the Gillette mines as testified to in the EQC hearing. A pre-blast survey and/or a downhole review of their water well by request of any landowner within a half a mile of the mine should be conducted. And if a well becomes impaired after mining operations commence, Ramaco Brook Mine should be obligated to supply replacement water until such time as it can be determined what the cause of the impairment is, and indefinitely if Brook operators are the cause. As agreed to by DEQ and Brook Mine in the EQC hearing, landowners who request seismograph monitoring of their property prior to blasting should be accommodated. As agreed to by DEQ and Brook Mine in the EQC hearing, quote, adjudicated, end quote, and quote, registered, end quote, wells should be included in the mine plan. As agreed to by DEQ and Brook Mine in the EQC hearing, monitors should be placed upstream and downstream in the Tongue River. Additional scientific studies and data collection needs to be completed in characterizing current baseline conditions. And I expect that Dr. Marino and Mike Wireman will further expand on that issue. And finally, the 29-page order from the EQC following the contested case hearing should be carefully analyzed by DEQ, and conditions or restrictions should be imposed on the current mine plan, which reflect implementation of the provisions of that order. I just have a few more what I consider significant unanswered questions. Some of these were addressed in our April 23rd letter. The current mine plan states that Brook Mine will be using approximately 304,000 gallons of water per day. That is 304,000 gallons of water per day, and that 87% of the water will come from surface rights, which Brook Mine has not yet secured. I understand was made that Brook Mine may need to purchase water from the town of Ranchester. How feasible is that? How is it that a permit can be approved utilizing that significant amount of water when they have not identified their source of water? Obviously, those of us who live in that area and who utilize that area are concerned that our groundwater will be further impacted as a result. Traffic control plan. The mine plan acknowledges that the blasting operations could potentially affect public roads and could result in road blockages and closures. This could cause a major disruption in travel along the frontage road and potentially even Interstate 90. What steps will be taken to minimize those impacts? Road damage and safety issues. Who will be responsible for maintenance and repairs to county roads utilized by the mine operation? If coal is to be transported on the frontage road with heavy truck traffic, what measures or restrictions are in place to ensure the safety of others traveling on that road, such as slow-moving ag machinery, bicyclists, runners, local folks, and recreationists?
Mary, this is Keith.
Yes.
I just want to let you know you have a couple minutes left. I just want to.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm almost finished. It's my understanding that if the mine plan is approved for the entire life of the plan, approximately 39 years, if Brook Mining Company or Ramaco sell to another company or foreign entity, that could create some serious consequences. Thank you for providing a format to voice our concerns.
Thanks, Mary. Just a couple of things. First, I just wanted to let you know that yes, indeed, we do have your 7-page letter that was dated April 23rd, and that is part of the administrative record.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then, and this is just for the record, you had mentioned about monitors upstream and downstream on the Tongue River. Can you elaborate on that in terms of what would you like to see monitored for? And if you want to, that's fine.
Well, I think I would prefer to defer that. I'm not a hydrologist, and I think Mike Wireman can fully answer your question.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for that, and thank you for your well-organized comments and your oral statement.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Jillian Malone, which will be followed by Joan Tellez. But Jillian, do you want to share your video?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, can you see me?
I cannot yet. But
okay, I was just wondering because I haven't been able to see anybody presenting remotely. So I was just curious if you could see me.
So I did, Jillian, this is Keith. I did send you a webcam request. Let me know if you received it.
Okay. It says share my webcam. Is that what you mean?
That's what I mean, yes, thank
And
you.
click on that.
Yes, please.
Not working.
Not working, huh?
It's just my computer doesn't want to do it.
Okay, well, we'll keep it
So
on.
anyway, as long as you can hear me, that's fine.
We can.
I can see myself now, but I've just, some of this technology eludes me.
I understand. I'm in the same boat, so.
Okay.
please proceed when
So
you're
I'll
ready.
proceed. Thank you for taking my comments. These are in addition to my written comments and partly in response to a mine site tour that I was able to attend last week, for which I am grateful. I first became involved with this proposal or series of proposals since Ramaco entered our community as a recreationist. I love to hike, boat, and watch birds, and the Tongue River Corridor provides ample opportunity for all of these, largely due to the walk-in areas provided by Game and Fish in partnership with private landowners, the state, and Sheridan County through Parks and Rec. The fact that historically it was mined and industrialized doesn't take away from the experience. In fact, it adds a layer of interest when you encounter an artifact from bygone days. As a teenager, I was friends with a family in Acme, where small houses with giant cottonwoods overhead were home to employees of the Acme power plant. This area is now frequented by pheasant hunters in the fall. And in the spring and summer, boaters put into the Tongue River here. I have never been to these recreation sites without seeing people. Cleanburn Pond, fishermen and women, families picnicking, pushing strollers, and the walk-in areas that extend for miles in the hills behind Monarch and above Acme north of the Tongue. This area in particular is very close to Ramaco's planned staging and equipment storage area. And not far from here, as the crow flies, is the first mine site, the Strip Mine, on land owned by Taylor Quarry. In fact, Game and Fish's hunter management walk-in area abuts the mine site. And yet Ramaco claims that recreation will be unaffected by mining activity. I disagree. In fact, I anticipate this area will be closed due to the potential hazards of blasting, which the company insists must be allowed to occur 24/7 to accommodate their schedule, even though they admit they will blast a maximum of once every 2 weeks. Also close to the mine site are historic homes and farming operations of Tongue River Valley families who will be disproportionately affected by blasting. At a minimum, blasting should be limited to pre-designated days of the month, which would allow hunters and recreationists and local residents to go about their lives in an informed manner. On our tour of the mine sites, we realized that moving equipment from the laydown or equipment storage area to the mine site, in spite of its close proximity as the crow flies, would have to occur on public access roads because Brook Mine will not be allowed to go through Bighorn Coal property at that point. These haul roads will actually be the county roads and highways that taxpayers maintain and support. But none of this has been spelled out by the company. Other questions: where will they get water for dust control? Where will they get the 300,000 gallons plus of surface water they need for their operations per day without any water rights? There are still too many unanswered questions, and this permit application is still incomplete. My educational background is in environmental sociology, and I worked doing social impact assessment for projects not unlike this one, except for some crucial differences. My work took place on federal ground and therefore fell under the guidelines of NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, meaning that proponents of a project were required to take into account the impacts their proposal would likely have on people's lives. The most successful projects tended to be the result of the proponent actually engaging the community in a dialogue so that residents were not left in the dark as to what impacts were likely to occur and what effects they would have on people's lives and livelihoods. Ramaco owns the land they claim will serve as a research center for coal to carbon fiber manufacturing, and they are therefore immune from having to abide by federal regulations. But it doesn't mean they aren't accountable to this community. Yet they have made themselves completely unavailable to the Tongue River Valley residents who simply want their questions answered. I know it's been a long process and we all want it to be over, but you, the DEQ, Todd Parfit, are charged with making the right decision, not the decision that makes the most political sense. I commend you for persevering so far, round after round after round. But now it is time to do the right thing. Based on the facts you have before you and the testimony you've already received today and will receive later on, and deny this permit for still being incomplete, and for the fact that the Tongue River, the alluvial valley, and the residents' well-being and quality of life are at stake. If you feel you cannot deny the permit, then at the very least, the term should be vastly reduced to the first phase of the project so that the mining operation can be stringently monitored. We now know that Ramaco is much more dependent on outside funding, specifically federal funding, than they would have had us believe. Case in point is the ICAM building, which started out at 10,000 square feet, was scaled back to 6,000 square feet for lack of funding, and now is back to 10,000 square feet as a result of a federal grant coming through. Considering that much of the public support for this project rested on the perceived lack of need for public financing, this turn of events warrants considerable scrutiny. And when it comes to the mine, adequate bonding becomes the issue. There is nothing about this project that inspires confidence in its success. Coal mines are on the way out. There are competing mines supplying domestic coal, and carbon fiber technology is yet unproven. All of this screams for proceeding with utmost caution. And the last thing we need right now is another failed coal mine in Wyoming. Thank you so much for taking my comments.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry, again. You were on mute.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'll start that over. So thank you, Jillian, for your comments. Appreciate those, and also appreciate the written statement, the comments that you provided as well. One thing I've noticed here is that I skipped over James Axement, but we'll go to Joan as scheduled next, and then James.
So second, let me get to them. Here we go. All right, we're ready.
Ready?
Yes, one sec though.
Good morning. I'm Joan Tilles, and I would like to thank you very much for allowing this informal hearing to happen. I know it's been tough for you to get it together, but we appreciate your ears. Okay. A little bit about myself. I just want to let you know that I'm a partner in our family farm, which is located at 25 Monarch Road, which is catty corner across the interstate from the proposed starting of this strip mine. We do have I have a lot of concerns about the changing plans always of the Brook mine. Information written in the permit may not be what actually will happen, because Ramaco's plan keeps changing And that's been part of their behavior and their past history. You know, a few years ago, Ramaco had a big ad in the newspaper that they were going to hire between 3,000 and 3,500 employees to work in the mine and to work in their research center. The company has not been transparent at all with their plans or with the landowners. So anyway, we've tried to ask questions, we've tried to get meetings, and they refuse to meet with us. So I'm just going to go on a little bit with, that's just kind of a little bit of the background. I just want you to keep my letter on file. It is dated April 8th of 2020. I'd like that in the permanent record, please. But I have a question for you. What is the purpose of the DEQ? And does the DEQ protect everyone equally? Or is it more prone to protecting industry? Because in our workings here and everything, it seems like the landowners have not been listened to. We're worried about our air, water, and land. But it seems like that's all just kind of shoved under the carpet, and you know, the industry kind of gets the upper hand. But who will protect our air, water, and land if this permit goes through? Okay, I don't know if you've heard or not, but this week, Decker Coal laid off 98 employees. That pretty much shut their mine down. And that's been a big mine for how many years? Probably 40 years. Spring Creek Coal just laid off 75 employees a couple of weeks ago. With these two big established mines showing their production and laying off employees, I am curious how Ramaco plans to start an open pit mine without being certain of who will do the work, and yet they have no customers. Who will the contractors be? Will they bring somebody in from Kentucky? Because they're not saying anything about the local hiring like they originally advertised, especially in that 3,000 to 3,500 employees. With this being contracted, the employees will not necessarily receive benefits. They won't from Ramaco unless their contractor provides benefits for them. Again, the jobs advertised will not be what the public was promised. And at that time, when they promised all of those jobs, Sheridan County they were just ecstatic because look at all the jobs this company is bringing in. To this date, it has not shown that it's brought that many jobs in. Okay, anyway, my thing is the speculation of jobs and economic boost to Sheridan and Wyoming by Ramaco was well publicized. However, how many employees do they have besides their lawyers and the people who have worked on the permit and their office manager? They've also got a little building with some 3D printers. They have a few employees there, but it's not what they've been publicizing. All along, their plan, we had been hearing, was for high wall mining. But now, all of a sudden, they're starting with an open pit. We were told the open pit is going to be 150 feet wide by 1,000 feet long. Think about that. How big is the football field? Is this very much bigger than a football field? By the time they take the overburden off and get in there, there's going to be a lot of contamination. I don't care what they say that they're going to block it. It's going to run downhill because that's where it is. It's on top of a hill and it runs down to Slater Creek. Okay, so ever since we've heard about this mine in 2015, it seems the plans have continually changed. That's one plan, for instance. You know, the plans of having all those employees in Sheridan, all the employees in Wyoming, all this economic boost that's going to come to the state of Wyoming, where is it coming from? The landowners have requested meetings to ask questions on what was being planned because they just wanted to know what was happening. But we've been denied that permission. Until the contested hearing in 2017. And that's the first time at that time that we were able to see, just before the contested hearing, we were able to see plans and something that they had, you know, sketched up. They talked about building up the area down at Cleanburn. They were going to have berms. They were going to have beautiful buildings. It was going to look like, someone quoted to me, it's going to be similar to how the Powderhorn looks. Well, the Powderhorn is a golf course. And yes, it's beautiful, but I don't see the same beauty down at Cleanburn. I have so many things that I've got here that I wanted to say, but so many people have said something ahead of time, so I hate to keep repeating myself. Anyway, one thing I have a question about is how difficult would it have been to get neighbors, to let the neighbors ask questions and get answers from a new neighbor coming to town. I've lived in that Tongue River Valley all of my life until I grew up and left. But during that time, we were a neighborhood. The neighbors were good neighbors. If somebody had a problem, the neighbors pitched in. They were right there. They helped each other. I don't see that with Ramaco. Ramaco is, I don't trust them because they've got a background of distrust. And part of that background is not only bankruptcy, but tax fraud and prison terms. You know, that stuff doesn't come out, but it's been in the paper, in a different paper in Wyoming recently. I just wanted to say that pretty soon assumptions start happening. Randall Atkins made a statement in the Sheridan Press, April 24th, 2020. He stated, and I quote, "The organization PRBRC, which is Powder River Resource Council, and its supporters simply don't like the industry." That's not true. He has never met the landowners. He doesn't know what our backgrounds are. I came from a coal mining family. My grandfather, my father, my brother, they've all been in the coal mines. Does that mean I'm against coal? I don't think so. So he doesn't know what he's saying, and don't put a statement out for me. Ramaco has stated that their private fundings they haven't taken any private fundings, but like somebody else mentioned, yes, they've received millions of dollars from federal funding for their project. But what kind of taxes do you expect to receive from this private land, private company? What kind of taxes do you think are going to support the state, or how's it going to boost your economy? Someone talked about the heavy equipment that's going to be driving on the highways, and yes, that's a concern of mine too. We already have plenty of, semis on the highway, but if you're moving equipment from over by Bighorn Coal and have to move it back and forth on the road, that's not a good scenario. Anyway, last year there was a presentation made by Ramaco to the Minerals Committee at a legislative session. And they talked about the ICAM project. And they talked about this building that was going to be put up, and it was going to be finished by the end of March of 2019. That building was started, they brought the red iron in for it sometime last year. It was, and then it flooded. That area flooded from 10,000 square feet to 6,000 and back up to 10,000 square feet. Why are all these changes? What prompted the changes? Those are the kinds of questions we would like to ask and get answers to. And we don't seem to, we don't seem to be able to get very far with it. So how serious is Ramaco about this venture? Is it a way that they're able to use federal funding and say, hey, we've started our building, we don't have it quite finished, but when you listen to some of their reports, they act like they're currently doing research down there. They are not doing research. And I've heard some of the, or seen some of the articles that they've written, and they act like it's going, but it's not. You should go down and take a check. Anyway, I would like to say in closing, it seems like there is no sense economically or logistically with this company. Their talk is cheap, but actions speak louder. So anyway, again, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to get up here and say my piece, and thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions right now. I do want to just point out, you had mentioned you wanted your April 8th correspondence to be part of the record, and it is. We do have that, so thank you for that, and thank you for your oral statements today. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's see. I wanted to just wrap back around and see if James Axenet was present, and or because I think there was some indication that you were not going to be providing an oral statement, and so then the remaining time, or that freed up time, would be then available at the end of the informal conference. So just wanted to check if James is there.
He's on. It doesn't look like he is.
Okay. All right. So we'll have opportunity if James does show up. So I move on to John Boyack, and then Anton Bocek would be up after that.
I'm just going to read my comments today, and I have them written out. I'll give a copy to Mark so that he can give it to the court reporter to make it easier for her. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm not going to reiterate all my comments. I've commented 3 times before with no discernible effect, but I do want to mention 2 things. In my comments, I mentioned our house well. The well is located about 20 feet outside the half-mile boundary, outside the permit boundary of the Brook mine. So the effects of the Brook mine on it are apparently not relevant to anybody but us. There was a lot of discussion at the EQC hearing, but all of that has apparently gone by the wayside, even though the current drawdown map from the model before it was edited to remove the 2-foot and 1-foot contour intervals showed that our well would be affected by mining. I still don't see any mention of the effects of blasting on the surrounding previously mined lands, such as ours, or what would happen if blasting by Brook Mine accelerated subsidence on those lands. This is particularly a concern since Ramaco won't allow the AML program to use their subsidence mitigation methods that prevent propagation of the subsidence. I've been told that Ramaco claims that they will remine the mined out and collapsing seams, and they don't want the AML contractors to put anything solid in those seams that might damage their equipment. As a result, we have a subsidence hole currently opening up about 20 to 25 feet away from one that the AML program filled in last summer. Maybe the state thinks it's a good idea to spend money on the same holes over and over in order to placate Ramaco in their obviously unworkable plans, but it seems like a waste of resources to me. That's all I have today. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you, John. I do have one question for you. At the beginning of your statement, you, I think, mentioned the distance between the proposed permit boundary and your well. Can you tell me what that distance is?
Well, we're just 20 feet outside the half-mile boundary, outside the permit boundary. So we're half-mile plus 20 feet outside the permit boundary. And so we don't fall in the area where, under rules and regulations, Ramaco has to provide pre-blast surveys or any other information to us.
And you also mentioned that the abandoned land program did some reclamation of a subsidence event near your home.
Yes.
Okay. And that project, is that project done for that particular event?
Pardon me, I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry. Is the AML project to reclaim that subsidence area near your home, has that been completed?
It's been ongoing. That particular hole has been filled in, but there's others that have opened up. And as I mentioned, there's one that's currently opening up just a few feet away from the one that they worked on last summer.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So thank you, John. I appreciate the oral statement. And we do have your. All right. I'm going to just ask before we go to Anton. I want to ask Kathy Kendrick if she needs a break or if we're good for doing continuing on. So. That's a thumbs up. So okay. So we'll hold off on taking the break then. Just wanted to be mindful of that. So okay. So next up then is Anton Bocek, and then that would be followed by Jordan Sweeney.
Good morning. I'm Anton Bocek, and thanks again for taking time to let us voice our opinions. I live at 11 Slater Creek Lane is where my home is. I also am a member of a family farm at 25 Monarch Road in Ranchester. Both are within the half mile of the first phase of the proposed Brook mine. My property is 0.17 miles of the mine, and the family farm is 0.3 miles. This close proximity to the mine with this proposed blasting is of great concern to me and my family. Both properties have water wells used daily for domestic use, and should the blasting cause turbidity or loss of water, I would need a written guarantee that I would have water delivered immediately and the wells re-drilled at Ramaco's expense. My 500-foot well has been used without incident for 42 years. I don't need any arguments or lengthy court proceedings in order to have water in my home should my well become unusable because of mine activities. I've asked for a pre-blast survey for both properties and have qualified for such a survey, but I would remind your office of this request. The family farm has a 100-year-old rock barn and cellar, both of which are in use, that need included in this survey. And I would request reduced ground vibration on blasting. After taking a mine tour of the proposed strip mine and highwall mine, I have questions and concerns about both. The proposed strip mine at Taylor Quarry, all the drainages are running downhill to Slater Creek. Is there a sufficient plan to keep the sediment from draining into this creek? I don't believe that fresh berms of dirt and silt fence would be enough, especially if we have another spring like we did in 2019. Any contaminants would end up in Tongue River. I would ask that blasting be limited to Monday through Friday. There's no need to blast on weekends for such a small mine that has at this time no customers except the ICAM research facility, which will only take a small amount of coal. Does Ramaco know where the old underground mines are in this area? There are sinkholes from these mines along the road past the scale house of Taylor Quarry. More of these were used on top of the hill near the strip mine in years past for dumping grounds. If the coal is moved by trucks, what sort of safety precautions will be used on the two-lane highway, Highway 345, which is also used by slow-moving farm equipment, as this area all the way to Ranchester is agricultural land? Where will the water come from for dust control? Water is a precious commodity in this area. Concerning the Highwall mine at Hidden Water, I worked at Bighorn Coal for 14 years, and Bighorn Coal's Pit 5 mining dumped overburden in a ravine north of the proposed mine. This ravine was a literal fire pit from the old underground mines. What guarantee is that there's no fumes or fires from this proposed mine that are still burning? I'd have my statement or my letter that I sent to you in April. I'd like to have that on, make sure you have that on record as well. And just in closing, I'd like to ask you and any of the members of Ramaco, wouldn't you be concerned if you were living where I live and ask these questions and want everything, our air and our quality of life not changed by their mining operations? I don't plan on moving, so I'd like to keep everything the way it is. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Anton. And we indeed do have your written comments dated April 5th, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, but they're part of the record. So thank you for that. And thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks.
Okay. Next up is Jordan with Bighorn Coal.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
You can, Jordan. And Jordan, did you want to share your video or anything like that?
Do you have the additional slides that I sent through, Keith?
I do. And if you just want me to share that, I will share that as our screen, and hopefully we'll have it. Just bear with me just for a sec, okay?
Yep.
There it is.
Great. So thank you, Director Parfit and Deputy Director Edwards, for giving us this opportunity to have this informal conference. I would just like to go through a couple objections that Bighorn had after review of the Ramaco or Brook mine application, post round 12 comments with the DEQ. Additionally, we have Keith Baran representing Bighorn Coal as well on the line. He is muted, but if he could raise his hand if he has any time, if he would like to comment or further comment on anything that I may say throughout this presentation, that'd be great. We also have Dean Brockbank, General Counsel for Lighthouse Resources, our parent company of Bighorn Coal. He is also on the line, but plans to stay muted at this time. So to get started, during review of the Brook mine permit, I noted for objection number 1 of Bighorn, you can see it on the slide here, is the service owner protection bond for Bighorn Coal. This was last updated in 2015. according to the Volume 1 Adjudication Binder 1 of 3. The exhibit or figure 1 associated with that surface owner protection bond shows the historic TR1 area, along with additional disturbance for sedimentation ponds around the Bighorn shop facility that you can see in the red square there. This area has been updated in the new mine plan that has been proposed after round 12 comments, and these pits and disturbances are no longer shown on the mine plan. So my question to DEQ is this surface owner protection bond still valid? You can see that coal year 0 at the top of the left-hand side of the page, surface damage bond summary for Bighorn coal for year 0. Year 0 does not occur in this area in the new mine plan. So will this be updated is the question. And will there be a surface owner protection bond for Bighorn coal in years 6 through 10? Is that required to be posted now, or will that be posted year 6 through 10 if that were to occur? Let's go to the second slide, please. So Appendix D1, which is land use found inside the big Brook mine permit. There's a discrepancy shown within the Bighorn surface area that it shows as dual land use upon Bighorn surface as recreational and agricultural purposes. That area that is cross shaded with the orange 45-degree angle is not, to my knowledge, I've looked through records of Bighorn coal recreational area. So that is a mislabel of recreation in that area. Also to further point out that inside the main BNSF rail loop, there is an area called the Playcheck Pit, and that is a historic AML project that was slated to begin in 2011, 2012. That was a $5 million AML project that was not allowed to go forward due to the mineral owner, which is Ramaco Coal. They did not allow that project to continue. So still today, the high wall that's left there from historic Bighorn mining pre-law is deteriorating, as well as coal fires are continuing in the high wall going to the south. Additionally to this land use exhibit, the present industrial commercial land use for Bighorn surface was omitted. In 2018, Bighorn Coal received approval of approximately 44 acres of industrial land use around its shop area, as well as around its historic loadout facility area located north and east of Tongue River Stones quarry, as you can see on this map. Page 3. Thank you. So associated with Bighorn Coal's objection number 3, you can see the sections of the mine plan identified here. The question that arises from Bighorn is, what is the need and purpose for 240 plus acres of surface disturbance around the Bighorn shop and facility area, historic loadout, and rail spur for years 6 through 10? To us, this seems unclear, given the previous mine plan that did have an active pit shown as the historic TR1 in this area south of the Bighorn shop. There is no mining contemplated at this time. So what is the need for this surface disturbance for 300 plus acres, 240 plus acres? After additional review, we have a facilities map in the lower left-hand corner, shows potential laydown areas or staging areas south of the river and south of the current proposed mining areas. I did a quick summary of what the laydown areas for NARM and Black Thunder are. And Black Thunder has approximately 32 acres associated with their laydown areas and a total of facilities disturbance of 145 acres in reference to the shop, loadout, and sewage lagoons, etc., parking areas, stuff like that. NARM has approximately 108 acres of facilities disturbance for the shop, the loadout, and associated parking areas, and a total disturbance of 45 acres for the laydown area. So I question, what is the need for 240 plus acres of disturbance in relation to a 250,000 to a 400,000 annual tonnage output for the Brook mine? Additionally, as you can see in table for mine plan 1-1, the annual service disturbance located under the facilities description with a sub or superscript 1. So facilities disturbance includes disturbing acreage caused by buildings, roads, diversions, and stockpiles. So in years 6 through 10, there is 284.8 acres for facilities disturbance. However, there's no buildings, roads, diversions that have been identified on the map 2-1 for facilities in this area. Again, why is such disturbance, potential disturbance, needed in this area? If we go to the same page, the top right-hand corner, table mine plan 4-1, topsoil volume removed over the life of mine. I snipped out topsoil -1 stockpile, which would be located inside of the current Bighorn industrial and commercial use area, as well as on top of the access road that goes into the shop and operations for Bighorn. The volume stockpile in this topsoil TS-1 pile totals 532,000 yards. So the area of 235 acres is you're gonna strip 532,000 yards. Topsoil removal is stated in superscript number 6, only required if disturbance is planned in the area. So again, I ask the question, what is the plan for disturbance in this area? Is this whole 240 acres going to be disturbed? And if so, what is it going to be disturbed and utilized for? Slide number 4, please. So objection number 4, it went to some of the previous statements made by commenters. There are active subsidence and active fires currently on the Bighorn surface, and particularly adjacent and on top of the current TR1 proposed pit north of Tongue River. You can see the red areas are identified as underground fires that are mapped from the Monarch mine, which is Acme number 1, which is north of Tongue River. And additionally, you can see the green polygon on top of the red. That was previously alluded to. That's where Bighorn Coal piled the 1,000,000+ yards to attempt to suppress the underground fires as well as reduce the subsidence in that area. You can see here that there are a couple different shaded or lined polygons. The blue line outlines the proposed Ramaco permit area, and the purple line that intersects where the red and green meet is the current Bighorn Coal permit boundary. Bighorn Coal still has a reclamation liability for approximately $700,000. It is a concern for Bighorn that if this TR1 area were to be mined, that highwall mining and the Kearney and Master seam below the Monarch could potentially lead to additional subsidence and reignition of coal fires from the historic Acme mine in the Monarch seam. The question here is, if there is additional subsidence or offsite impacts upon Bighorn Coal surface as a result of the highwall mining and the trench mining of TR1, who is responsible? As I indicated earlier, there's current subsidence going on in section 10 north of the TR1 proposed area, and it will be difficult to differentiate between current subsidence and potential future subsidence from this highwall mining area, and who would be responsible for bonding that and or reclaiming that on Bighorn surface. Let's go to the last slide, Bighorn objection number 5. Again, this alludes to the surface mining activities near underground mines, section MP15, addendum MP6. Addendum MP6 is the Subsidence Control Plan. I found a error in addendum MP6, page MP-6-9. The last paragraph there regarding material damages to service owners, it ends right there in the last sentence of regardless of its right to mine to subside the surface, the operator acknowledges that if subsidence due to its mining operation causes material damage or reduces the value of reasonable foreseeable use of surface lands, the land, and then it goes into the next section directly, MP 6-5 references on the next page, MP 6-10. So to the right, you can see an additional map from the Brook mine permit of the historic Acme mine number 1, which is to the north and covered in the blue Highwell mine trench area, as well as Acme mine number 2 to the south. And then the green hatch polygons are the open pit Dietz coal mining of Bighorn coal that occurred in the past. You can see the proximity of the trench mine being proposed and the Highwell mining panels being proposed to both Acme mines. Again, the question is how subsidence and surface disturbance outside of Ramaco's permit or inside Ramaco's permit upon Bighorn surface will be addressed during mining and into the future. The last point I'd like to bring up is the current order in lieu applicability. The Brook mine received an order in lieu because Bighorn has not agreed to the overlapping permit issue. It also contests the validity of the 1954 deed. So Bighorn and Brook went to the EQC and Brook was granted an order in lieu. That order in lieu is over and regarding the previous mine plan that was submitted back in 2012. The question for Bighorn right now is, does that order in lieu apply to the previous mine plan as well as the future mine plan? Because the previous mine plan, again, going back to my first page, has a proposed pit south of the Bighorn shop with additional disturbance in that area. And if Keith doesn't have anything else, that is the end of my comments.
All right. Thanks,
Yes,
all right. Thanks, Jordan. I just wanted to point out that we will make those slides that you provided available to the public. So they'll probably, Keith, I think, go up on our website. Would that be correct?
Yes, and do we want to ask Keith Burron if he has any statements? Keith, I do have you live. Do you have any additional comments?
Thank you, Keith. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Great. No, I don't have anything to add at this point. Would just reiterate that in addition to what Mr. Sweeney presented today, you should also have Bighorn's written comments received earlier during the public comment period. And then, we're obviously very interested to hear the rest of the presentations today and would hope that we'd have an opportunity, towards the end if we need to come back and say something if that's appropriate.
Okay, thanks, Keith. And yeah, we'll see how we're doing on time when we get to the end of the day here. And then just to confirm, we do have the April 23rd comment from Bighorn Coal. So, all right. So it's 10:43. Is Priscilla Dillon? Are you on the system yet?
Yep, she sure is. She is unmuted now.
Okay, so Priscilla, if it's okay with you, I'd like to turn it over to you for your oral statement. And I think that'll take us pretty close to 11 o'clock.
Priscilla, did you want to share a video at all?
No. Oh, I mean, you could see, do you want to see my face?
It's up to you. We don't certainly want to make
Well,
you.
I think it has more power. I'm definitely not, I'm in virus mode at home, so I'm not dressed up the way you guys are, but I'd be happy to do that. I'm not quite sure what to do that.
Okay, just bear with me. I'm gonna try to make you a different level here so we can have you share your video camera, okay?
All right. Share my webcam. Oh, there I am. Just a minute. Can you see me now?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Keith, thank you. You're the one that I've been in touch with, and thank you to the others. I was not on first thing this morning. I don't know who all the participants are, and I don't need to. I do see some Tongue River folks that I'm familiar with and know. I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak. I am not a native, but I've lived in this community for 50 years, and I appreciate it. Sheridan's not perfect, but it's pretty cool. And there are a lot of factors that contribute to that positive environment and community. One point I want to share, I was a teacher for decades, and it was mostly at the high school level. And as a teacher, you run into all sorts of personalities, and you have the very serious students who take their assignments seriously and from the beginning, and they do it well, and you love those students because they're honoring what you're doing. You're trying to make them capable of moving to the next level, which is basically asking for permission to move to the next level, a little bit similar to DEQ's process of permitting. There were students who who got by with as little as possible. And within that group, and in between, there would be kids who were gaming the system. And we all know people like this. Who do we know who could do what they should, and they could do a really good job, but they just don't, for whatever reason. They might butter up the teacher or try to butter up the teacher. Usually they'll get enough done to pass the class and be able to get that credit. I think businesses are very similar because businesses are made up of individuals. And there are businesses, and we have a lot in Sheridan, who are very serious about honoring the community, taking any permitting process very seriously, and doing those permits, going through the hoops, whether it be in the city or the county, with integrity and with the intention of honoring what the community has decided is best for them. There are also businesses, and we've seen some come and go, that kind of want to just get by. And some of those businesses also try to, having an analogy of buttering up the teacher, they butter up local individuals who may be perceived to have some influence within the community. As I've followed Ramaco's process over the last several years, I feel like Ramaco seems to be one of those quote unquote others. There's been a lack of intention from the beginning of honoring this permit process, honoring the neighbors. It's been slipshod. The first permit could have been done completely and adequately, and it was not. Neighbors could have been honored. If you move into a new neighborhood, especially one with environmental issues that affect your livelihood and your, the underground mines that have been there. I mean, just listening to a couple of the neighbors in the Tongue River Valley speak, and also listening to the Bighorn Mine, I am astounded and horrified at the number of questions that are still unanswered. I'm happy to have new business in Sheridan. There are many who would like Sheridan to stay stuck in the past, and we can't. We're not going to be able to. But I want businesses that have integrity, that honor their neighbors, and that care about the community of Sheridan, that are not just, maybe Ramaco is not a fly-by-night, but I'll tell you what, I don't get that feeling. And yeah, I guess that pretty much completes. I was kind of working on how I was going to say this, and I came up in the process a little bit earlier than I anticipated. And if anybody, I don't know whether you want to ask me questions or whether that's part of the process, but I guess I'm horrified. I don't look forward to having Ramaco as part of my community. I know people who know some of the higher ups, and it seems to me that there's a playing the system going on. Let's make friends with these people in the community who are important so that I can move forward in the process. If they plan to do so with an intention of doing it right and with integrity, why not do it right the first time? Why not answer all those questions that Bighorn Coal have and that the neighbors have? So I'll stop there.
Well, thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. I can appreciate the analogy. My wife's a teacher, so I understand. I hear about her dealings all the time with students. But anyway, so appreciate you taking the time. Appreciate the oral statement. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. So it is a little bit before 11 o'clock. What I would suggest that we do is take a 10-minute break to give Kathy a bit of a breather here on the transcribing, and we can all take a quick break. And then what I'd like to do is when we come back is start with Shannon Anderson with the Powder River Basin Resource Council. And then if we run a little bit long past the noon hour, I think that'll be fine. But that way we'll have plenty of time in the afternoon to hear from Brook, and then any additional opportunities if there's any follow-up statements that need to be made. So let's take a break. We'll plan on coming back right at 11 o'clock and starting up with Shannon. Okay.
Okay. Hello. We'll get started here in just about a couple minutes.
Great. Okay, we're back, and what I'd like to do now is turn it over to Shannon Anderson with PRBRC. Shannon, are you on?
Yeah, hi Todd, I'm here.
Okay. Hey Shannon, this is Keith. Did you want to share your video camera?
Yeah, if that's possible.
Yep, it should be. Just give me a few seconds here.
Okay, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. So Shannon, just to let you know, so it's, if we run a little bit in after the noon hour, that's fine. And then if there's a need to continue after the lunch hour, we can consider that too. So.
Okay, great. So here's how our Powder River Basin Resource Council presentation will go. I'm going to give some overview remarks of our objections, and then I'm going to turn it over to our two subject matter technical experts, Dr. Marino and Mr. Wireman, who hopefully will be able to at least speak, if not have video for them as well. And then Ms. Morrison, who's in the room at DEQ, may provide some final comments. I hope DEQ gives us some latitude in our presentation, as we did not have the benefit of being in the same room to prepare. So things may be a little bit more haphazard than they normally would be in our presentation. So thanks for the flexibility, and I hope this all works out. As you've heard this morning from the landowners in the area, this is a tremendously important area for Sheridan County, for the state of Wyoming, and arguably the nation. We have tremendous member interest in this area. Both, we have members who live out there, we have members who ranch and do ag work out there, and we have a lot of members who recreate out in the area. And with that, we have chosen to invest organizational resources to protect the quality of life of our members who live, ranch, and recreate in the Tongue River Valley. And like many of our members, I personally really enjoy that area. My entire life here in Sheridan County, I've traveled along the Tongue River, I've hiked in that area, go out for a peaceful Saturday afternoon at Cleanburn. You enjoy the beauty of the river, the wildlife, the scenery, the mountain vistas. It's such an important area for our county, and I just want to make sure that that is expressed by myself and our organization this morning. It's also an important area with a lot of history, including a history of mining, as you've heard this morning. And as Dr. Marino will soon explain, what we don't want is for the history of subsidence and mine collapse to become the area's future. Our organization submitted written comments, and our comments today are intended to supplement and clarify our written submission. We also submitted written objections in January 2017. And as you know, we have been involved in a lengthy appeals process ever since, which still continues today before the Wyoming Supreme Court. And that brings me to our first objection, that DEQ violated the Environmental Quality Act by not requiring Brook to resubmit its permit application under Section 406F of the Environmental Quality Act. So Section 406P of the Environmental Quality Act dictates that once a hearing is held and the EQC issues its order, the mining permit should be issued or denied 15 days after the order. Following the EQC's decision, the original Brook mine permit application was denied under 406P. And the EQC's order and DEQ's denial of the application was not a quote unquote deficiency notice under Section 406H. It was a denial under Section 406P. And the Environmental Quality Act speaks directly to the case at hand in subsection 406F when a company resubmits an application. This is exactly what the EQC order told the company to do, quote unquote, revise and quote unquote, resubmit. Therefore, DEQ should have followed the process under subsection 406F, which requires a 60-day completeness review period of the resubmitted application, similar to subsection 406E for new permits. And after the completeness review, the process is the same as new applications with the requirements of subsections 406G through P. DEQ did not follow this process. Instead, it treated the EQC order as round 7 of technical review under subsection 406H. As we discussed in our written objections, unfortunately, proceeding with a process that is outside the scope of the Environmental Quality Act rendered any subsequent permit decisions illegal, and agency actions taken without legal authority are subject to vacatur, which is what should happen here. Additionally, we have ongoing concerns that since Brook is still challenging the EQC order before the Wyoming Supreme Court, the authority of that order as it applies to the permit application before the agency remains in question. And we asked DEQ to clarify the agency and the applicant's positions on the validity of the EQC order in the decision on the permit application. I would note also today that today's comments really underscore why this procedural deficiency matters. The DEQ started its review from round 7 and didn't go back and take a big picture look at the entire permit application as it would have been from round 1. And that mattered for everything from the adjudication binder going forward through the 12 volumes of the permit application. Coal seam fires, surface access and issues with the overlapping permit with Bighorn coal, traffic, and other issues were not considered in rounds 8 through 12 of DEQ's review because they were not a part of the EQC decision. So again, this procedural deficiency had real world consequences. And the only way that DEQ is going to remedy this, unfortunately, is to go back and have Brook do what it should have done, which is resubmit its permit application following the EQC order. And as we wrote in our written comments, we put DEQ on notice of this at the very beginning after the EQC decision, and no one can claim ignorance of this procedural flaw. The next objection that we have is the permit application's failure to disclose coal mine operators. It was confirmed on last week's mine tour by Jeff Barron that Brook has been speaking with several potential contractors to carry out the mining operations. However, at this time, the company does not actually have a contractor selected. We believe the permit application cannot be approved until it is known and disclosed what company will actually be doing the mining, and until the owners and controllers of that company are ran through the applicant violator system. As we discussed in our written objections and in previous correspondence to DEQ, Chapter 2 of the coal regulations require complete identification of the names, addresses, and telephone numbers of any operators if different from the applicant. This is a requirement of the permit application, not something that can be filled in later, and the permit application is deficient until this information is provided. Next, we raise an objection about the permit application not being complete because it fails to include all coal hauling, processing, and upgrading facilities. As you know, the Environmental Quality Act defines surface coal mining operation to mean surface lands where surface coal mining activities take place and or surface lands incident to underground coal mining activities. It also defines surface coal mining operations to include any adjacent land, the use of which is incidental to any of these activities. All lands affected by the construction of new roads or the improvement or use of existing roads to gain access to the site of these activities and for haulage, processing areas, shipping areas, and other areas upon which are sited structures, facilities, or property or materials on the surface resulting from or incident to these activities. In the case of the Brook mine, there's a good portion of the roads and facilities that are adjacent and incidental to the coal mining pits and highwall mining areas that are not included in the permit application. For instance, it was confirmed last week on the mine tour by Jeff Barron that the primary haul road from the first mining area to the company's processing facilities will be the state highway, that Highway 345, which was mentioned earlier by Mr. Bosek. The company will also use county roads for hauling and coal mining related transportation to and from the proposed ICAM and IPark facilities. As explained in our written objections, these roads and facilities are part of the proposed surface coal mining operation and must be included in the permit application for review by the DEQ and the public. A permit boundary isn't supposed to be an arbitrarily drawn line. It is supposed to be a line drawn around all coal mining operations, especially haul roads, facilities, and anything directly related to or caused by the mining operations. Here it is being used to arbitrarily exclude coal mining operations that by definition must receive a state SMACRA permit. This is important for regulatory enforcement purposes, but it's also important for DEQ to be able to review the proposed transportation and facility plan to ensure proper setbacks, such as the 100 feet setback from a public right-of-way and the 300-foot setback from homes and other buildings. How can using a public right-of-way for coal mining activities comply with this required buffer? How has DEQ evaluated the use of these public roads? And again, this kind of goes back to the issue of not starting with round 1, but starting with round 7. And that has been a real problem for all of these other issues that were not a part of the EQC order. Relatedly, information in the permit application regarding the traffic plan remains sorely deficient. The mine plan does not estimate truck traffic, disclose any impacts to public or private roads used by the public, and does not include a traffic plan or any agreements with Sheridan County or the Wyoming Department of Transportation on road use, repair, and compensation. Our next objection is the mine plan in the permit application is not actually a plan, but rather a plan to make a plan. It is not right-sized for the demand for the coal, which as we understand it, is only a small amount of coal for the proposed processing facilities. Without an accurate mine plan, DEQ will be unable to enforce, the company won't be able to implement it, and the public won't be able to understand what is happening or what should happen at the mine site. A more accurate mine plan, right-sized for the amount of coal production that will actually occur, will result in the company being a better neighbor. As we discussed in our written comments, Ramaco's facilities are highly dependent on government funding, technology breakthroughs, and other unknowns that make them speculative. The company has not provided any justification for its 39-year proposed mine life and or the amount of coal it proposes to mine. At the very least, only the initial period of the mine should be permitted, which will limit the speculation contained within the permit. Our next objection centers around impacts to the area's very important recreation areas, including walk-in areas and conservation easements. I refer DEQ to Exhibit D1.1-1, which Mr. Jordan Sweeney actually had earlier displayed. It's in the permit application, and it's a map of the permit area overlaid with recreation areas. the map shows that approximately half of the permit area has important recreation areas. While the permit application discloses that these 2 walk-in areas for hunting and recreation are within the permit boundary, it does not discuss how the use of these areas will be impacted by mining operations, nor does it establish a plan to mitigate any impacts. Additionally, the proposed mine and associated industrial park and ICAM is located within eyesight of the Cleanburn Recreation Area, an area frequently used for recreation activities, including fishing, picnicking, and hiking. Again, the permit application fails to mitigate any impacts to recreation use in the area. We echo the comments received by you from Game and Fish to ask that the DEQ right-size the permit boundary to limit impacts to recreation areas. A solution could be to limit mining to that first 5-year term of the permit, and then only that area would need to be fenced or otherwise cut off from public use for the initial permit term. After that, if the company wants to come back and amend its permit to include other areas, then it could do that with a permit modification. This would allow additional public notice and comment on areas that would be cut off from public use at that time. The solution is also consistent with the solution for the deficiencies in subsidence and hydrology that Dr. Marino and Mr. Wireman will speak to in a moment. Because of the widely used recreation areas in close proximity and within the permit boundary, we also asked DEQ to prevent blasting on the weekends. We think that is entirely reasonable and could be an effective permit condition. On water rights and use of the Town River, we echo the comments and concerns raised by the Town River Water Users Association. Again, the mine plan must be more than a plan to make a plan when it comes to water rights. As we discussed in our written objections, this is particularly important because if the mine is unable to acquire surface water rights, which may be very likely because of the complex issues you heard today from Mr. Hayes, it will be forced to use more groundwater, putting additional stress on the aquifer systems and potentially impacting nearby water wells. None of these hydrologic impacts are disclosed or analyzed in the permit application or the department's CHIA. In the interest of time, I won't go through the rest of our written objections, but we asked DEQ to respond to all of our written and oral comments as part of its decision on the application. I'm happy to answer questions on either our written or oral comments today. And additionally, one area that was not in our written comments, but we discovered was missing from the permit application through public records request, is the required financial assurance instruments to guarantee the reclamation bond. It is our understanding that the financial assurance instruments, such as a letter of credit or a third-party surety agreement, have not yet been submitted to the DEQ. This is a problem because it deprives the public of the ability to comment on the validity and sufficiency of the financial assurance instruments, and in turn, the validity and sufficiency of the reclamation bond itself. And at this time, we reserve our rights and ability to comment on the financial assurance instruments as they are provided to DEQ and asked to be notified when they are submitted so we can submit supplemental objections as necessary. This is particularly important if there's collateral bonding proposed or some other alternative bonding mechanism that is yet to be defined by the permit applicant. So we, again, reserve the right to submit supplemental comments and objections as needed. And we also want to be on the record now to object to any use of Indemnity National as a surety provider, given concerns about indemnity solvency and the ability to adequately back coal mine reclamation bonds because of significant orphan and idle mine liability in Appalachia. And then I'm noting for the record that I have arranged with DEQ to provide some additional documents as part of our presentation today and to be included in the record for the informal conference. I'm providing a document with information about the job claims made by the applicant to respond to some of the public comments received. And I'm also providing some photos from Mr. John Buyak of subsidence in the area. If you need more on authentication or information about those photos, Mr. Buyak will be able to provide that. And I am also providing an email that was an exhibit during the EQC proceeding showing DEQ has been aware of the proposed coal processing facilities associated with the mine since at least October 2015, and has therefore had ample opportunity to ask the permit applicant to include those facilities in its application for review. And finally, I'm including some emails. There were also exhibits at the EQC proceeding that discuss the problem the company has with its proposal to mine under a county road without providing a proper buffer or plan to relocate that road as part of this permit application. I am not providing all of the AML reports that were exhibits at the EQC proceeding, as the agency is already the owner of those reports and has access to them, and fully knows that they show a long history of mine subsidence in the area. But I refer you to the EQC docket and all of the exhibits that the objecting parties submitted during that process. There was over 200 exhibits submitted to the EQC as part of that hearing process. So now hopefully I'm going to be able to turn over to Dr. Jerry Marino, who will be providing comments on his report. And then Dr. Marino, after Dr. Marino, Mike Wireman will provide comments on his report. And then at the end, Ms. Morrison may provide some additional comments from her organization. So thank you so much for your time and attention this morning, and I hope this works out.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Appreciate the comments, and we indeed have your written comments, and we look forward to receiving through the smart comment system the additional information that you referenced. I would just point out that we are working on getting connection with Mike Wireman, so we can proceed right now with Dr. Marino, and we'll see if we're able to connect with Mike. If not, we might take a break for lunch after Dr. Marino and then pick up. That'll give us a little time to make sure we can get Mike on board here.
Okay, that sounds great. And then also, if you want to ask me any questions right now, I'm happy to, or you can wait until the end, whatever, if you have any.
Okay, I don't have any right now, but we may when you get to the end of it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
So we'll turn it over to Dr. Marino.
He's on.
Do you want to see my pretty face, or?
Dr. Marino, if you'd like to, we can actually do that for you.
Yeah, sure, if you can do that.
Yep.
There you go. It looks like it's live. There you are.
All right.
Here I am. First of all, I want to say thank you for allowing me to have this time to speak about this application. Director Parfit and the other DEQ members. I have been approached and asked to by Powder River Basin Resource Council to provide a subsidence engineering overview and also those things of concern related to the reclamation proposed in the Brook mine. Just for your background, Director, I have about 40 years of experience in mine subsidence engineering. I've been doing it in numerous coal fields across the U.S. So the first thing that I want to mention is just to give a little background is that when we look at subsidence on the ground surface, we look at all the elements of the mine workings, you know, the entire structure of the mine workings. So that includes not only the pillars, which get a lot of focus and design, but also the roof, as well as the floor of the mine. These are three elements that could fail, that could cause mine subsidence in the future. We also look at not only the ground control conditions. Ground control means, it's a technical term used to mean what happens in terms of stability in the mine at the time of mining. we are concerned about also for mine subsidence, what happens in the long term. And that's one of the areas that is significantly deficient in this application. This was presented my opinions were presented back in 2017 to the Environmental Quality Council, who in their findings agreed with me, were an advocate of my suggestions. However, upon review of what I've found in the subsequent rounds, that those suggestions were essentially ignored by DEQ as well as Ramaco. This is an area that has significant subsidence in history. Everyone knows that. So this is an area, definitely area of concern. What Ramaco has done in their permit application was they provided one token boring as a result of the DEQ, the Environmental Quality Council's findings. The boring itself showed ground conditions which were not really consistent with all the other borings that were done. So they were anomalous conditions that require a different design based on the ground conditions. There was not a subsequent hole done or any other holes done to show whether or not those conditions were continuous through even the TR1 area, the 68 acre area. In the application, there's a promise to do other holes, but it's not really, it's vague in where those holes will be and what they will consist of. And that's, even though that the application is for over 1,900 acres of high wall mining. Some of the areas that were deficient that I found in terms of mine subsidence engineering were mainly related to the long-term conditions. Like, for example, what will these rocks look like after the mine is abandoned, let's say 70 years later? Like, for example, Mr. Bouyak has mentioned to me about subsidence on his property 70 years after mining. These conditions, when you're doing a mine subsidence investigation, are always looked at because you want to know what the risk of surface subsidence is after mining when you're looking at the surface. Some of these things also that were not addressed were also the ways that a mine can fail, not all the ways that a mine can fail. Some of the areas that were addressed were related mainly to the pillar stability. Normally that's not a concern for long-term conditions, but when you're talking about weak rocks, quote unquote, from their own engineer's report, weak rocks in the roof and floor, that becomes a concern. Also, there's another area that was a concern for me, was the vague or incomplete plan for subsidence remediation if subsidence were to occur. And I'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. One of the important things that we look at all the time is the floor and the roof, how stable they are. For example, the pillars are supported by the floor. All that's given in the permit is that the floor is okay. There's no analysis of it that's provided for being able to be reviewed. To me, that alone is an incomplete application. One of the things that they did provide were some testing of these rocks that were above in the roof and in the floor of what their deterioration characteristics were. In other words, would they break down with water over time? And the results showed a significant amount of deterioration. So this concern was not addressed. You know, what would be the strength of these rocks after the breakdown, right? That was not addressed in the application. Another thing that I think is important is that the application did not prove that subsidence would not occur with this mine design. In fact, their own prediction method shows that 7 sinkholes will probably occur in the TR1 area alone. If you use this methodology that is used in the Ramaco application, you come and extend it over these over 1,900 acres, you're talking about thousands of sinkhole subsidence events. One of the things that is also mentioned is that, well, we have narrower entries than what would be that has shown subsidence in the past in the area. And so we wouldn't expect to have as many subsidences. Well, that's only the case if you have competent roof above the entries or the openings. If you don't have competent roof above the entries or openings, the narrower void space actually causes significant more higher caving height. And the reason for that is that the amount of volume of spread of the rubble that occurs extends out into the entry compared to the volume that extends upwards. You know, one of the examples of that smaller type of subsidences that can occur is basically just looking at some of the photos that Shannon will be sending you regarding Mr. Budak's property, where he talks about sinkholes that are of size of about 10 feet or so. So those are smaller than the entry size, and shows that the rock cannot span even 10 feet. The other area of concern is the way the discussion related to how the sinkholes, when they do appear, are going to be repaired. From my understanding, the only ones that will be prepared the way it's laid out in the application is that when they are hazardous. And who determines when they're hazardous? It appears from my reading of the application, that would be Ramaco. Also, how it will be repaired is somewhat vague. The way that the abandoned mine lands standards don't appear to be being applied here. Another thing that's not talked about is you can also have, and this is something that I've learned from looking at publications that is part of the history of the area, also talking to people in the area, is that you can have a bowl-shaped depression of the land, the surface land. So these depressions can cause an interruption of drainage or cause ponding of drainage. And lastly, last thing I want to talk about is the plan that's proposed in the application, where Ramaco discusses the first 5 years of the plan only being surface mine. And as others have discussed, and also as my suggestion, is that that only the surface mining portion of the permit be looked at and taken into consideration. This has a number of benefits to do it that way. One, and it's somewhat in compliance with Ramaco proposing every 5 years to have a renewal. But having only done the surface mining, it allows one to have additional knowledge of the ground conditions, experience from the mining that's done for those 5 years. Also, there's also the MSHA government agency that will be involved in the surface mining, which will require additional information to be provided. That information would then be available for the second term or the second 5 years. And only, my recommendation is only the areas that have provided sufficient area and sufficient design analysis should be approved, not the entire permit area. 1,900 or more acres without having sufficient data and design. Also, this is something that was in their permit discussions, that they would do a reevaluation of the high wall mining design depending on the mining conditions. So this would allow some additional information to be collected in that manner. I think that covers all my comments. I appreciate the time and patience from DEQ. If you have any comments for me, I'd be glad to answer them.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moreno. I do have a couple of questions for clarification, if I could. You made mention of concern about, and I think the term you used was weak rocks. And I was just hoping you could elaborate on how do you define weak rocks? And are we seeing that, or are you seeing that in your review in that area?
Yes, there are certain types of rocks that, in fact, even in their consultant's report, they talk about them being weak rocks. These rocks have a lot of clay in them, and the clay itself absorbs water. So what happens is when they get exposed to moisture, they soften, they swell up or break, and they fracture into small gravel pieces in some cases, but they lose a significant amount of strength in the long term.
Okay. And then just for clarification, make sure I understood your recommendations correctly, that if we were to proceed, or Brook were to proceed and get their permit, you would suggest that it be limited to the surface mining parts of the application at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the comments and your review. So that's helpful. Okay. And so now we do have Mike Wireman on, so we're going to shift over to Mike.
Mike, can you hear us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hear you well. So Mike,
thanks, Keith. No problem.
Go ahead, Mike. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity here to discuss this most recent permit application. I appreciate the time. The first thing I want to say before I get into 2 or 3 areas of concern I have is this permit application really, for the most part, reflects a very outdated mine plan. There's a great deal of text in this application that doesn't apply anymore. And it really makes this very difficult to read and review and understand what's current and what's not. Luckily, I've been engaged in this since 2016 and have been through all of the many rounds of comments and responses. But for anyone who hasn't done that, this would be a nightmare. I've reviewed many mine permit applications over the years, and this one is certainly up there in terms of poor quality. Having said that, I have 3 areas I want to discuss with respect to hydrology, and all of my comments are really concerning the hydrology, and in particularly the baseline assessment. The characterization of the baseline hydrology for this mine permit area and the adjacent areas is very incomplete, and as a result is insufficient for assessing any potential impacts to the Tongue River alluvial aquifer, which is the most important aquifer in the whole region, and subsequently to alluvial valley floors, which are hosted by this alluvial aquifer. So the baseline hydrology really needed to provide data that could then be evaluated to look at potential impacts to those resources, and it simply doesn't do that. The data set is extremely sparse. Most of it is more than a decade old. Conditions change. Hydrology is not a static system. It's a dynamic system, and things change over time. So a lot of data here is very old and really unknown how much it may or may not reflect current conditions. The hydrologic system here is very complex. People often think, well, if there's not a lot of water, it's simple, but that's not the case here. It's a very complicated system, and there are 2 hydrologic units, you might call them, that are of importance here with respect to understanding any potential impacts. The first is the Tongue River member of the Fort Union Formation, which hosts the Kearney Coal. That is a complex little groundwater system or systems. There are variably saturated flow conditions in this member. It has sandstones in it, it has coals, it has claystones, siltstones. It's fairly typical for Fort Union type of lithologies. But it's very complicated because there's a lot of faulting. As I said, there's variably saturated flow conditions, meaning some spatially variable saturation and temporally variable saturation. There's underground workings that may or may not impact flow through that member. And most importantly is this assessment of how much, whether and how much groundwater from the Tongue River member of the Fort Union, which may discharge into the Tongue River alluvium, or even directly into the Tongue River, but more likely into the Tongue River alluvium. That assessment has simply not been done at all. And that's a concern because the ABFs are important. The maintaining the water budget in that alluvial aquifer is important, and understanding the connection between that alluvial aquifer and the Tongue River is important. And the water budgets that go along with the ABFs, which are critical there. In this Tongue River member, the recharge to that aquifer, the flow and the discharge from it is very poorly understood, mainly because there just isn't enough data. It's just that simple. This is a very, very sparse data set for a very large, or for this particular mine. For example, there's a couple of examples here, but Bighorn Coal, in their reports, they identified what they termed a significant sandstone above the Kearney in the eastern part of the permit area. That sand produced 35 or 38 gallons per minute. That's very productive, particularly for a domestic well. Very few domestic wells up there can make that kind of water. There's no assessment of that sand in here. There's no discussion of where it might be saturated, how it gets recharged, how it might connect to the Tongue River alluvium. It's just not there. So that understanding that is important, because the question is there significant water that would discharge from this Tongue River member into the alluvium along the Tongue River? And the high wall mining will dewater that coal, probably dewater the sandstones that are adjacent to it, and that may have an impact in terms of reducing the amount of discharge from that geologic unit into the Tongue River alluvium, which then subsequently could affect water budgets of the ABFs. And there's just no assessment of that really that is quantitative. Secondly is the Tongue River alluvial aquifer itself. We have pushed for 4 years, 5 years to get Brook to assess this aquifer. Some very simple things, which are always done. A water table map. We've never seen one. Which direction does water flow in this aquifer? It is likely, given the location of this river adjacent to the Bighorn Mountains, that you have what we refer to as strong hyporheic flow. And what that means is when streams come out of the mountains like that and go from high energy to low energy, you often have a saturated alluvial deposit adjacent to the river, and the river water moves in and out of that alluvium, and the alluvial water moves in and out of the river. That only happens in areas where rivers come immediately out of mountains. Most other places, there's groundwater discharge to rivers when the groundwater levels are higher. But there's no discussion of that. There's only been really 3 wells in this alluvium. 2 of them, by the way, were abandoned after only being sampled once. And one of them was on the south side of the Tongue River, which is frankly useless in terms of a water table map for the alluvium on the north side of the Tongue River, which is the critical resource here. You have to have at least 3 wells to even construct a water table map. There isn't 3 wells. Also, the wells that they have used are in the very eastern end of this property. So there's nothing up on the west end adjacent to the mine permit in terms of the west end of this alluvial aquifer along the Tongue River. There's just no data up there. And that includes monitoring data in the Tongue River. So we don't have any sense of seasonal trends with respect to water levels or water quality in the Tongue River alluvial aquifer. We have very old data. There was some very limited data collected in 2018, but it was simply not sufficient, added on to what had been collected before to get any sense of the groundwater flow system in this aquifer, of its connection to the Tongue River, of its potential connection to the Tongue River member of the Fort Union Formation. It just can't be done. So we have no way of assessing potential impacts because we don't understand the current conditions in this aquifer. In 2018, Brook provided some additional cross sections, which went north to south and went across the Tongue River Valley. However, all of the points on those cross sections that are extend over there on the southern end of these cross sections, those are based on lithologies from state engineer's office well permits in the logs. And I'm not knocking the state engineer, it's the same in every state I've ever worked in. Lithology information on water well permits, in particular domestic permits, are just simply not good. They just aren't, and they can't be used for this. Brook should have drilled holes to construct these cross sections, and they should have drilled more holes so that they could complete wells and look at seasonal trends and water table. There were 2 paired sets of wells in 2018 that were Kearney wells constructed immediately adjacent to alluvial wells. The data in this application and in the CHIA seem to indicate that there's a connection, that the water level in one of these paired wells in the Kearney was higher than the alluvium. That indicates a potential for upward movement. In the CHIA, in addendum MP3 figure 2.3-3, it indicates that there's a potential for flow from the Kearney up into the alluvium. So that should be further assessed with real data and quantitative data so that we can know if it's going to be a problem when you dewater the Kearney and the adjacent sandstones, if that's going to reduce recharge in some way to this alluvial aquifer and subsequently affect the AVFs. Finally, on this issue, the water quality data are very old for the most part. There's no recent water quality data for Slater Creek, for Hidden Woman Creek, or Hidden Water Creek, and only a very limited amount of water quality data for the Tongue River alluvium and the Tongue River. And there are no seasonal trends for water quality, no seasonal trends for flow. And you just have to have that. You can't make decisions based on one data point in the middle of the summer and not know what goes on the rest of the year. These systems have seasonal trends. And then on this point, I'll end by saying the modeling. You know, it was a good model and a model that's used a lot, but models are extremely limited by data, and there's very little data. This model focused really only on looking at the radial extent of a cone of depression related to the dewatering and how that might affect nearby domestic wells. The model did not address the potential impacts to the Tongue River alluvial aquifer, didn't really address flow down gradient from this Tongue River member. So that's an issue. I'm not knocking the model. It's a good choice of models, but models are obviously very limited by data. And then moving on to my second point, which will not take as much time, are the AVFs. We all know that there's a requirement to protect those. First of all, the permit application doesn't seem to have any data or information on the Slater Creek AVF, which DEQ has identified. Secondly, both Brook and DEQ agree that there are AVFs on the alluvial aquifer on the north side of the Tongue River, and that's obvious. They're there, and they're adjacent to the mine permit boundary. There's really no assessment of those. DEQ apparently has determined that no action with respect to characterizing these AVFs or mapping them or monitoring them is required because Brook says there will be no surface disturbance to the AVFs. Well, that totally ignores any potential impact of dewatering the Carney seam and that impact to the water budget of these AVFs. It's just ignored. And so I don't really see how that conclusion was reached with respect to the AVFs. It also ignores any future agriculture use of these AVFs. And then finally, the last point is monitoring. You know, mines require baseline monitoring. They require operational monitoring. They require post-closure monitoring. The monitoring program here is a mess, frankly. It is not very well defined. It is not laid out. There's no strategy here with respect to these programs. They're not based on a plan to collect data that can be used to determine and evaluate impacts. They're simply not, that thinking didn't go in here. There's no monitoring upstream on the Tongue River, none. There never has been, west of the mine permit boundary. It's common sense that you have stream monitoring above this mine permit boundary to the west and then downstream so that you can look to see what changes happen along that course. They didn't do that. There are no monitoring wells in the Tongue River alluvium on the west end of this site. There's mention in here of using the existing monitoring. Well, some of these sites haven't been monitored in a long time. Some of them may be destroyed during mining. There's some promise to restore those. I'm not real sure what that means and how clear that is. The frequency of monitoring is unclear in terms of post-closure. There's no discussion of what would trigger end of post-closure monitoring. I recall some discussion that there would be 1 or 2 annual monitoring and then trends would be established based on that. Well, that's simply not possible. You've got to have at least quarterly monitoring over 3 or 4 or 5 years to establish any trends that might be used to make decisions about ending the monitoring. So that's not there. So those are really the 3 main issues I have. I'm just very just frustrated with not being able to add to the data. They've been at this for 10, 15 years now, to add to the data and to do a complete assessment of baseline hydrology that can then be used to base mining operations, to base closure elements, and future monitoring. It's just not there. And so given that, there's huge uncertainty here with respect to impacts to these critical water resources. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Just one question, and that was you made reference that there's more data that needs to be collected, more holes need to be drilled, more wells need to be drilled. Do you have some kind of, and I don't know if you'll know the answer to this, but do you have some kind of sense as to how many additional wells would be necessary and over what period of time?
Yes, I mean, I could give you that. I could. I mean, I could go over it here on the phone, but it would take some time. But the answer to that is yes. First of all, you would start with wells up on the west end, on the north side of the river, in the alluvium up there, totally west of the permit boundary. You would spread out wells. Like I said, you have to have 3 wells in any given aquifer to determine direction of flow. That's not there. So you would put one on the west end, maybe one in the middle, and one on the east end. They've gotten rid of 2 of the 3 wells they had, and there was no explanation of why those wells were abandoned. They were sampled one time. So with respect to the Tongue River alluvial aquifer, I would suspect right now, my understanding, and Brook can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's 1 kind of alluvial well left. There's a need for at least 3 more. So that's that. With respect to the Tongue River member of the Fort Union, the holes that they use for monitoring there, many times are abandoned core holes that were put in for exploration of the coal resources. Those are poor water monitoring holes. They just are. They're usually 2-inch. You can hardly get a water quality sample out of them. So you need to start over there a little bit. Bighorn Coal identified areas where this sandstone is located. So first of all, I'd put a well screened only in that sandstone on the east end so that can be watched. There's more wells that need to go up on the west end, even though I recognize up there the Tongue River member is often dry. It's up near the recharge area, and so depth of water sometimes is greater. But you need to know that. You need those wells in there to see what may change over a year. And then finally, there needs to be a little more look at Slater Creek alluvium, because the aquifer tests that were done by Brook some time ago, 10, 12 years ago, using wells to the east of this area in the coals, there were never any monitoring wells in the Slater Creek alluvium. And that was just simply a mistake. Yeah, you got to monitor that because that's a potential a place where an impact could occur. And so, yes, that could be put together in a detailed plan. I was hoping to see that in this application and didn't. But I'd be happy if you want to put that on paper and run it up through Shannon if that would be helpful.
Todd, and this is Shannon, if I may just add on that as well. You may remember that the agency was reviewing a sampling analysis plan from the company, and there was some rounds of review on that plan, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared and wasn't actually going forward. And then in October of that year, we got a new, again, some additional information in the permit. So from our standpoint, it was unclear why the sampling and analysis plan was abandoned because it was under DEQ review at the time.
Okay. All right. Well, Mike, thank you. Shannon, thanks. But Mike, thanks. And no need to put anything additional together. I think your explanation helped me out there for what I was looking for. I'm going to turn it over back to Shannon. I don't know if, Shannon, you're going to have Jill make some remarks or statements.
Yeah, I think that's up to Jill. She was not knowing whether she wanted to or not when last I talked to her. So, okay. Jill, it's hard for me to see you. So, okay, hi.
Let's see here, one sec.
Wait, hold on. We're still trying to get.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, we're on.
Hello, thank you. If there's time, I would just like to make some points. And first of all, I do want to thank again DEQ for working through a difficult process, for helping us to try to be able to participate in a meaningful way. So we do appreciate your time and your efforts through this process. I have 4 or 5 points I want to kind of round up and really emphasize as we've gone through this process and as we've been working on this issue. And one of the very important points under the law is that this mine application has to be complete
and accurate. That is a #1 point. And unfortunately, this application is not complete or accurate. It is deficient. It has been noted it's somewhat of a speculative permit. And that both undermines the law and fails to protect and prevent material damage outside the permit area. And that is another requirement. We have problems with subsidence, problems that could occur from the blasting, problems with potential fires related to blasting and mining, incorrect maps, incorrect, well, we really have no real defined, identified, disclosed, or information reviewed about where is this water coming from that will be used for the mine. That's another incomplete permit area. Again, the roads and the facilities for the mine don't match some of what's in the permit previous to what is being talked about now. And I don't know of any mine, coal mine in the state of Wyoming that uses public haul roads, state highways as haul roads. I don't know of any. Mines are required, they move state highways in order to have a haul road or build a mine. And I don't know, maybe you do, but it's very unclear, and the setback distances from those are deficient in this permit. The zoning identification in the permit is inaccurate. It's noted as parts of the area around there are zoned heavy industry. We have double checked with the county, and no, that there is nothing zoned in that area heavy industry. The area where Ramaco has and Bighorn Coal has some locations were zoned light industry, but nothing is zoned heavy industry, and that's an inaccuracy in the permit again. We don't know again who the operator is going to be. That's a deficiency and it's incomplete. And not knowing what financial bond or instrument is there is also an incompleteness. Seems there's a lot related, as Mike and Jerry mentioned, on subsidence and water. I think, again, to emphasize how serious it is to get this right. This is a very important place. There's a lot of people who live there. There's an interstate highway running through there. This is not just your run-of-the-mill Powder River Basin coal mine. And we got to get this one right. We want to help get it right. We want it to be done right. We want it to be done well. And we hope that you can prevail over the political pressure and do your job, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. And I'm going to go back to Shannon and see if, Shannon, you had any kind of wrap-up remarks that you would like to make.
I don't. That concludes our organizational presentation. So thank you.
Well, perfect. You kept that right at 60 minutes. So
yeah, again, completely unorchestrated. So amazing how that happened, but thank you.
Hold on. All right. Well, what we're going to do now is we'll take an hour break. We'll take an hour for a lunch break. And when we come back, we'll pick up with Tom Sansonetti and Brook Mine. That will go for, they have 60 minutes. That should leave us some additional time. So if there are some closing remarks that some folks want to make, we'll offer up that depending on who all wants to do that. I know that Keith Buron, you had expressed some interest in that. So there should be some time at the end to allow for that. So we'll break until 1:05, and we'll reconvene at 1:05. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Hello all, this is Keith Gill from DEQ. I just want to let you know we'll start in about 5 minutes, so just hold tight.
Okay, Tom, are you on, Tom Sansonetti?
We don't have them as a listed, but I'm going to unmute Joanna Duval. Though I can't. I'm going to unmute Jeff Barron. Jeff,
can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, is Tom with you?
Let me check in another room really quick.
While he's checking, Mark, do you have anybody with you in the Sheridan office?
Hold on. Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. I do have Mrs. Telez, and John Booyak said before he left, he probably was going to come back, but he has not returned yet. And Mrs. Westbrook was thinking of coming back, but she has not arrived yet.
Okay, thank you.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
So Tom's working at getting logged in. I'm not sure which computer he's on, but he's in there with Joanna right now.
Okay, with Joanna's, and I'm sure Joanna can hear me. Well, actually, Joanna, I'm going to unmute you now, and Jeff, I'm going to mute you. And
Okay.
Joanna, you should be live now. Can you
hear me now, Pete?
You sure can.
Yeah, it's Tom.
Oh, great, Tom. Hey, Tom, did you want us to have you on video?
That'll be fine, yes.
Okay, great. Bear with me.
Make sure you got wide enough screen, Keith.
So I should have made you as a panelist, and then I'm going to send you an invite to for your camera.
Okay. Because after I finish, then I'm going to go straight to Jeff Barron, who is in another room. So you'll need to get to Jeff's computer. Are you set for that?
Yep, we can actually do that right now. I'll get him set up while you speak.
So
very good.
Tom,
so let's get things back to Todd then.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. And so we'll let you kind of facilitate your group. And so when you need us to open up the mic for somebody, just let us know. And I know you've got some materials too that you're going to have presenting as well. So we've got about 60 minutes for your presentation. We've got some time, so we've got a little flexibility there to go over a little bit.
Okay, that sounds fine. Yeah, it's about what, 108 or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me know when we're going to start.
We are ready to go.
All right, go ahead. You're up.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for attending this informal conference. Director Parfit, DEQ professionals, and interested local and statewide citizens, your time is appreciated. I'm Tom Sansonetti from the Holland & Hart Law Firm. Along with Pat Day and Joanna Duvall, I am representing Ramaco and the Brook Mine. Now, Ramaco wants to showcase Sheridan as the, quote, carbon valley, unquote, for a new higher tech future for one of our state's oldest, most valuable, and abundant natural resources, namely coal. Now, Ramaco is proud to have invested in Wyoming for almost 10 years to try and make this dream a reality. With the forthcoming decision resulting from this conference, we are positively close. Now, since 2011, both our employees and the countless local vendors and professionals that we have employed have been dedicated to improving the Sheridan community and the state. Ramaco has invested with full faith in the desire and ability of Wyoming people to innovate, lead, and create. Now, the Brook Mine may be small by Wyoming standards, but it is unique. It is the first step in the only vertically integrated coal tech project designed to produce the feedstock for coal to product research, development, and manufacturing of advanced carbon products and materials. Our Brook Mine permit has now been over 8 years in the making. It has been reviewed and re-reviewed and rendered as, quote, complete and compliant, unquote, twice by the state of Wyoming's own mining experts at the DEQ. Now, in response to the Environmental Quality Council decision in 2017, which declared the existence of certain deficiencies in the original application, the Brook Mine has made major revisions to that application, including the removal of the entire TR1 trench area from the mining plan. In addition, the Brook Mine has hired 2 of the country's top engineering companies to review the mine plan and address each and every one of the EQC's concerns. Consequently, Mr. Director, as part of your deliberations, whether to grant this permit, consider that your DEQ professionals with their top-notch expertise, knowledge, skills, ability, and experience have deemed this Brook Mine permit to be 100% compliant with the rigorous environmental protections afforded by Wyoming's strong laws. And this permit is being held to the highest standards. Those who would say otherwise have different agendas. regarding the issuance of this permit, or indeed any extractive industry permit, whether it be for coal, oil, or gas. The original application, as you know, went through 5 rounds of DEQ scrutiny, and this revised application has gone through an additional 7 rounds. Now, this proposed mine is not in a national park. This area is a coal mining region, and proudly so. Our mine is in an historic mining district that once brought good-paying jobs that allowed Wyoming families to live here for generations. This permit is potentially the future of coal tech. Unlike all other coal operations in Wyoming, Ramaco is not intent on sending coal-laden railroad cars down the tracks to coal-burning power plants. And so, with this permit, we have the chance to enter a new age for Wyoming's future. It is the right permit in the right place and at the right time, when Wyoming needs this investment and new manufacturing base. Now, I referenced the upcoming Wyoming State Legislature's special session to deal with our budget crisis. Now, a majority of the written responses sent to DEQ during the public comment period offered strong support for the mine permit. Nevertheless, the opposition has worked hard to make the mine supporters doubt the abilities of Ramaco and of the DEQ. I would note very quickly the answers to a couple of the questions that were brought forward earlier today. I would note from the beginning that Ramaco sponsored several Community Action Committee meetings as outlets, and they were held for neighbors and citizens to participate over the last few years. So outreach did occur. I would also note that the ICAM building is being all privately funded. Ramaco's federal grants are for research, not bricks and mortar on the ICAM itself. As far as the size of the building is concerned, why that's important, I don't know. But the building size increase was based on the fact that the scope of some of the research that will be conducted has also increased. Now, I've listened to the objectors' comments today, and people living nearby the mine have the right to be concerned about the impacts of the mine on their property. They have a right to be heard and their concerns addressed. And any valid concerns of our neighbors can be resolved, if need be, through conditions to the permit. However, some objectors are asking for a 100% guarantee that no hydrological subsidence or blasting difficulties will ever arise. Now, that is an impossible standard to meet, and it's not the standard embedded in the Wyoming statutes. And unfortunately, as we have also heard today from some other objectors, no amount of permit review will ever be sufficient. Those objectors just want no more coal mining, period, no matter the purpose. And as to those objectors that were railing about potential failure of Ramaco's business plan or not knowing enough about what it's about, they have no standing to do so. Their predictions and prognostications are irrelevant to the factors to be considered by the DEQ in granting the permit. This is not federal coal owned by all U.S. citizens. This is not state coal owned by all Wyoming citizens. This is private coal purchased and owned by a company wanting to make a profit, but while making a difference to the Sheridan community. The company deserves the opportunity to succeed in developing its innovative plans. It's Ramaco's risk to take. And if Ramaco eventually succeeds or fails, that's the American way of capitalism. On the other hand, if the objectors desire to prevent Ramaco from mining its coal, no matter what, comes to pass, then who is going to reimburse Ramaco for the value of its coal duly purchased but ordered left in the ground in perpetuity? The objectors? The state? What other extractive mineral company is going to want to come to Wyoming after observing what Ramaco has been through? So you will now hear from Ramaco's witnesses in support of the revised application. First, Jeff Barron of WWC Engineering, the Sheridan company, who filed the application, and then expert witnesses licensed in Wyoming on hydrology and subsidence from the respective companies of Petrotech and Agapito. I thank you for your time and attention, and here now is Mr. Barron.
Okay, can you hear me? Great. All right, I'm Jeff Barron. I'm a licensed engineer in both Wyoming and Montana. I work at WWC Engineering, who was hired in 2013 to prepare the original and now the amended Brook Mine permit to mine application. A little bit about me. During my college internship, I focused on studying the use of wetlands to treat wastewater, primarily trying to identify those species of plants that could do so during their dormant periods in the winter months. I grew up in Sheridan, Montana, a place with a rich history of both mining and agriculture. My father was the district conservationist for the Soil Conservation Service, now known as the NRCS. I grew up understanding the importance and the value of caring for our environment and the application of science to achieve that goal. Director Parfit, members of the DEQ, and the public at large, I'm here to say that we have heard and responded to your concerns, culminating from 2 public comment periods on the same application. To that end, we've hired Petrotech, a third-party firm, to evaluate our groundwater model. We've also hired Agapito Associates to develop our highwall mining subsidence plan. I want to say that we've heard from the EQC as well. They had concerns about our TR1 mining area. We removed that area from the mine plan, and with it, any hydrologic effects that may have occurred from mining in that area. We've also added to the application a subsidence control plan for mining not set to occur until the next term of the permit, so that the public, the DEQ, could get a sense of how we were going to treat and handle subsidence within our permit mine. I want to say that we'll have no substantial impact to the ADF. We heard from Mike Wireman, who said that we abandoned 3 of our alluvial monitoring wells. That's just not true. We have established 3 monitoring wells along the Tongue River and 3 along Slater Creek, all of which are still active and we are still monitoring. During that testing, we had 2 Kearney pumping wells adjacent to 2 of our alluvial monitor wells. We conducted pumping tests and observed no change in the water level in the alluvium. To Mike Wireman's point, even seeing the hydrostatic level of the Kearney well above the alluvial well would indicate a limited amount of communication. Otherwise, they might be at the same elevation. Now, this is in addition to more monitoring and testing that we have conducted on our previous monitor well network. We have 33 total wells within our network that we have been studying and monitoring for baseline conditions. I want to point out that will not affect the high spring runoff in the Tongue River. That's the primary source of recharge to the alluvial valley floor. When the Tongue River sees high flows, that water permeates into the Tongue River alluvium and then is released during the drier months of the year. Another portion of the Tongue River alluvium that we will not affect is the Tongue River ditch. It lies between the Brook mine and the Tongue River and serves as an irrigation source for those farms and ranches that are growing crops on their lands. We've even taken samples of that Tongue River ditch to understand its nature and makeup. As you might understand, that Tongue River ditch flows slower than the river itself and has a higher temperature. So that's some of the things that we found. As it relates to the Yellowstone Compact, our company did a great deal of work as it relates to that compact and helped establish the 1950 cutoff date where Montana can make for a call for water. It's very important to note that Ramaco controls 1908 and 1903 Tongue River water rights on its own property and fee service, not subject to the 1950 call date from Montana. The overarching theme in all of this is we've learned that through the increased data, we didn't gain a better understanding of the area. Rather, we reaffirmed our existing understanding of the area. As was brought up previously, there's a concern about our impacts to county roads. I want to say that our impacts will be minimal. It would be something equivalent to a gravel operator getting or winning a new contract and the traffic that might result from that new contract. Now, this is partly due to the scaled back production of the mine site and the beneficial use of coal as a building material. I do want to address Ms. Anderson's comment that the county road will be used as a haul road. This just is not true. Coal processing, as I explained on the tour, will occur on the mine site, and final processed coal will be delivered via highway trucks to its end location, primarily the ICAM. This is no different than any other mine operating in the basin who delivers stokering coal to a person in a pickup truck or a highway hauler for their operations. They get clean processed coal, which they leave the mine site and hop onto a county road. This is a 3-mile stretch of road between Taylor Quarry and the ICAM. So it's just a small segment of road. Now, the county has contemplated the use of industry in this area. They developed the county use plan and identified a special use area where industrial activities will be urged to happen. Contrary to the statements before, there is industrial zoning in the area. There's some 140 acres zoned industrial 2, both on Ramaco's property, Bighorn Coal's property, as Jordan Sweeney spoke about, and then there's 6 acres of industrial 1 at the old Acme power plant site. This is also the area of the special use and zoning provisions contemplated by the county in their plan. In that plan, they've identified improvements to rural roads to handle this industrial traffic. Now, we did conduct mine site tours, which I was a party of and conducted for those that wanted to see the property. And I'd like to bring up some of the questions that arose during that tour. For residents within 1/2 mile of the operation, they'll have the ability to request that a pre-blast survey be conducted. Now, some of these requests have already been made. This includes a baseline inventory of the house. These are photographs of the exterior, the interior, looking for cracks, the status of the foundation, the status of the walls. It also includes an evaluation of the water well on the property. Again, pictures of the exterior to the extent that we can grab a water sample by pumping the well, and a water level if there isn't wires or other things impeding an investigation of the water level within that well. This is to have a baseline condition that's both given to the landowner and to the Brook mine and filed at DEQ, so that if an upset condition were to occur, the mining operator can be approached by a landowner and deal with this request. Now, in our studies, it's important to say that we won't have impacts and we don't foresee impacts on residents' groundwater wells, but it doesn't mean we haven't planned for that to occur. So if in an investigation or a landowner has an upset condition and they reach out to the Brook mine, we are obligated to replace both in quality and quantity their well. This is a permit obligation that's already well spelled out within the document. Now, at the prior EQC hearing, we contemplated that there was a viable aquifer some 800 feet below the surface. But I can tell you today that there is, in fact, that aquifer. We drilled a well on Ramaco's fee surface to that depth, and found an aquifer capable of producing 5 gallons a minute at the surface artesian. This means for residents along the Tongue River Valley, there's a possibility for replacing their well in kind for a well that goes down to 800 feet. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to leave the homeowner stranded while the well is being constructed. As was mentioned before, there's potable water sources to feed a homeowner while the well was being built. This would come from Ranchester or Sheridan. They have an excess capacity for their rights on Tongue River to supply this kind of water. So they were right in saying that we may be able to truck water from Ranchester or Dayton. Certainly we would have to purchase that water via the ordinances laid out in each of the towns, but it's something that's achievable. Now, I want to point out, we also drove the sites where the fires were mapped in 1978 by the USGS. We drove right near that area. And I want to point out that we saw no evidence of fires underground. Now, it's not to say that we believe that they may be wholly out or not present. We recognize the validity of the 78 report, but we just haven't seen any evidence of the ground. But I want to be clear, we're willing to accept a condition on the permit that we do not undermine areas of active fires. Now, that's not to say that we wouldn't be able to undermine an area that's previously been mined. Certainly when highwall mining is conducted, and especially in areas where there's multiple seams, typically the higher seam is mined first and then seams below that. And there's certainly potentially the case here where an old mine exists above the Kearney coal seam. We don't want to preclude mining there, but we're willing to not mine those areas where we prove out that there may be fires present. Now, the issue of dust abatement was raised on the property. Again, Ramaco has drilled a water well on its own property that could serve as a source of water for dust abatement. Now, during the first 5 years of mining, we're talking about 1,000 to 1,200 foot haul road from the mine pit to the processing center on the property. There just isn't a lot of length of road that's going to require a great deal of dust abatement. As I pointed out, Ramaco owns 1908 water rights on the Tongue River to some 918 gallons per minute that we could provide water that would be hauled via a highway-capable truck to the mine site and provide dust abatement on roads when necessary. There's also the opportunity during high flows in the Tongue River to apply for and obtain a temporary water haul permit from the Tongue River for dust abatement. In the past, WYDOT has applied for such permits, Sheridan County has, and various contractors doing work for both the state and the county. On the property, there's also available shallow groundwater wells. Those can be developed to pump to a pond that's lined and stored and used for dust abatement. And finally, in the scoria outcrop near Taylor Quarry, there are low intervals of water available that could also be pumped to the same lined pond and used for dust abatement on the property. And really what I'm trying to say here is that we've heard the comments and the arguments from the opponents, and we have mechanisms to deal with these issues. The issue of blasting came up. And I described while on the mine site tour the intermittent nature of blasting. Ramaco only needs to remove a small amount of overburden that then is trucked and hauled and moved away from the coal. Then the coal gets blasted. This isn't a 24/7 operation, nor is it a 12-hour operation on a daily basis. It's just intermittent to provide the uncovering of the coal and the overburden so that Ramaco can access its asset. But the permit itself is flexible enough to allow cases where maybe you need to blast 3 days in a row, or maybe some upset condition occurred where you need to blast on a weekend. The permit needs to remain this flexible in case some kind of situation arises, and it's certainly contemplated by Wyoming statutes. Now, the issue of subsidence was also brought up. Now, for subsidence that's occurring outside of the mine area, I want to reiterate that Ramaco has supported AML's work. Other than the Pelagic pit, there hasn't been a time where we've been approached by AML and denied some resident the ability to fix subsidence features on their property. And then for subsidence within our plan, it's important to note when we develop a subsidence control plan for mine panels inside our mining operation, you would never develop a plan for all 39 years of mining. You make detailed plans in 5-year increments. And Ramaco went out of its way to develop such a plan that's 5 years from now in its next term of a permit, just to demonstrate what such a plan might look like and what would be entailed in that plan, collecting the necessary core samples, and subsequent samples will be taken for additional mine panels that are developed. And finally, the effects of mining on recreational areas. We will not affect recreation near the mine site. People will be able to access Tongue River as they always have. As a matter of fact, Ramaco, in a good faith gesture, created Tongue River access site in the Sheridan County recreational area. And just like some of the commenters stated, I've gone by that site and I've seen people fishing from that very location where it was unsuitable for people to navigate before. People will be able to enjoy the Sheridan County recreation area. They do so even though it's immediately next to Tongue River Stone, a quarry operation that operates on a daily basis. That hasn't hindered anyone from using that site. There's a piece of state ground that's adjacent to the Brook mine and adjacent to the Sheridan County recreation area. We won't limit access to that site in any way either. People will be able to freely access that state property and look at birds and travel past and take their dogs for a walk. So I just want to reiterate that we will not have an impact on the recreation of the area. Matter of fact, it's Ramaco's intent to enhance that area for those activities. So that concludes my remarks at this time, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Lawrence with Petrotech.
Jeff, this is Todd. I do have a question before we go on to the next speaker, if that's all right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parfit, I should have opened it up for questions. My apologies.
No problems. You had talked a fair amount about how you have planned for addressing where the water for different needs would come from based on your water rights and so forth. Is that all laid out as you described it in the application?
It is, Director.
Okay. Thank you. That was the only question I had, so I'll let you introduce the next speaker.
Great. So I'll now introduce Mr. Lawrence at Petrotech.
So do we have Mr. Lawrence on?
Yes, I'm here. And I have a presentation that I would like to have you guys pull up. I understand you're going to control that.
We can, or we can also make you a presenter and share your screen, or if you'd like us to control it and have, did you want a video of yourself on?
Sure. I guess, I'm not sure where
it set you up there, Mr. Lawrence.
We'll have a little bit pops up. Okay.
All right.
And now, yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Great. Now bear with me. Let me get up your presentation. And which one was it, Mr. Lawrence?
It was the one Ramaco Brook Mine Groundwater Hydrology and Modeling.
One second.
There we go.
Going to start the slideshow, hopefully.
See if it works, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Great.
Thanks
Okay. All right. Well, my name is Errol Lawrence. I am a senior hydrogeologist with the firm of Petrotech. Petrotech is a firm specializing in groundwater issues related to mining, petroleum hydrocarbon extraction, deep disposal well work, quite a wide variety of industry, but groundwater is really our thing. Petrotech was tasked with conducting an independent third-party review of the groundwater components of the Brook Mine permit application. with emphasis on the modeling, but also looking at the other groundwater components as well. Next slide, please. As you all know, a groundwater model was developed to help support or at least assess hydrologic impacts from the Ramaco Brook Mine project. It is intended to assess the indirect, direct, and cumulative hydrologic impacts, to identify potential impacts to adjacent water rights, and to estimate long-term impacts to the hydrologic system from the mining operations. I am the person directly responsible for doing that review, and based on my professional opinion, the groundwater model presents a reasonable and thorough assessment of probable hydrologic impacts from the Brook Mine. Can I have the next slide, please? Since many of you are probably not familiar with me, this is my first venture into this project, I'll give you a little overview of my expertise or abilities. I've been conducting hydrologic investigations and focused on groundwater modeling, the development, review, mentoring of models for 30 years now. I have a Master of Science degree in geological engineering from the Colorado School of Mines. I'm a licensed professional geologist to the state of Wyoming. And I have quite a bit of experience relevant to Wyoming and specifically the Powder River Basin. I have worked both collaboratively and on the other side of the table, I'll say, from several DEQ staff over the years. Many times my models have been critically reviewed by Wyoming staff, DEQ staff, and accepted by them. And I've had a number of models that were based on or were reviewing uranium sites in the state that have gone through federal review from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So bottom line is that groundwater modeling, that's pretty much what I do. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the model a little bit. As you're aware, it was developed by WWC using the U.S. Geological Survey Code mod flow. As Mr. Wyron attested, he felt that the model was a good model. I would agree with that. It is complex, but it does represent the complexity that is inherent in the site. It covers an area of almost 40,000 acres. Probably the important thing to look at in this particular slide, which is a plan view of the entire model domain, is you see the property boundary marked in blue. Note that the model domain extends a considerable distance outside of that property boundary, and the reason being that we want to be able to assess impacts to surrounding water rights. And so it's an important consideration. And in any model, you need to extend it quite a bit beyond the area of interest. Can I have the next slide, please? This is a cross-sectional view through the model. The model has 7 layers in it. So not only does it model the Carney coal, it also models the Masters coal seam that is beneath it, the overburden above, and definitely includes the alluvial aquifer where it is present in the uppermost layer. Each layer has distinct hydrologic properties based on aquifer tests, slug tests, various information. What's interesting about, if you look closely at this cross section going on the very left side, you'll see 2 thin parallel bands, gray bands, kind of in the middle of the brown section there. That represents the Carney coal. And as you trace that going from left to right, you see there's areas where the Carney coal is absent because it's been eroded away in some of the surface drainages. And then when you go to the other side of that surface drainage, you see that eventually the Carney coal is truncated against a fault that has enough displacement to offset it totally. So all of these complexities are important to understand the hydrologic system, and they have been incorporated into the model, to the extent that the data allows it. This particular model incorporates a very high level of detail and specificity. I always mess up that word. Specificity, excuse me. Probably much greater than I would anticipate seeing for a mine permit application. Typically when you go to mine something, you don't have all the answers on the front end. And so things are very generalized. In this case, there's the benefit of a lot of previous historic mining, as well as the data that's been collected to support the permit directly by Brook Mine. So I think this model has a much greater level of detail than I'm used to seeing for a model of this for this purpose. Next slide, please. This is a very important figure as far as understanding the hydrologic system here. What you're seeing is a delineation of the areas of saturation, or at least partial saturation. In other words, areas that have groundwater within various specific units. The purple hatching are areas that are indicated as basically having groundwater within them. And what you notice on that figure, and it's restricted just to the permit area. So we're not looking at things outside the permit area for the purpose of this illustration. But what you see is that less than half of the permit area is saturated or even partially saturated for the Carney coal. So more than 50% of the area is dry. And as you might expect, if you're mining in an area where there is no water, you can't really expect a whole lot of hydrologic impacts from that. Next slide, please. And I'll just briefly touch on this. For a model, if you're going to use it to make some type of a projection of future impacts, you need to calibrate it against some measurable or observable phenomenon. Typically, we use water levels in monitor wells. This particular model was calibrated to 22 different site monitor wells, and not all of them are in the Carney coal. There were a number spread in across the alluvium and then the underlying aquifer, the master's coal. So it has been calibrated. Next slide, please. And I'm sorry if I'm kind of going through these quickly. I just I had a lot more material than I probably had time to present. Once the model is calibrated, it was used to simulate the mining sequence. And this figure has a bunch of features on it. Those green polygons that you see that have numbers in them are mine panels. And the mining is planned to occur going from east to west. And basically one of those polygons or mine panels would be mined each year. If you remember, the mining plan was increased from a 12-year period to a 39-year period. This is extremely beneficial in terms of minimizing hydrologic impacts, because now we've spread the impact over a much larger period of time, and so that reduces it at any one specific point in time or place. The blue line, well, let me also say that during mining, the model indicates that the maximum amount of water that will need to be extracted during dewatering of a particular mine panel is about 24 gallons per minute. That's the maximum. Most of the mine panels will produce less than 5 gallons a minute during dewatering. 5 gallons a minute is not much water. I mean, that's a garden hose at about half a full capacity. So it's a relatively small amount of water for the majority of the mining that's going to occur. The blue symbols with descriptors on those are private wells. Part of the exercise in modeling was to try to determine how much of an impact would occur at the private wells. And the red circles or red symbols indicate targets placed in the model in the alluvium to try and estimate what the impact to the alluvium was going to be. And the model results indicate that the impacts will be very small, typically less than 1 foot. And as you get close to the river, actually much less than that, probably less than a 1/10 of a foot in most cases. I could have and then just the other output from the model or the final results indicate that post-mining, within 5 years, the water levels within the permit boundary will be returned within about 5 feet of their pre-mining levels. So fairly rapid recovery. Next slide, please. So as I went through my assessment of modeling, I use a number of categories it's kind of a cookbook approach that I've developed over the years. I'm not going to go into each one of those because we don't really have enough time. But my conclusion at the end of all this was, as I had stated up front, was that the results are a reasonable and thorough assessment of probable hydrologic impacts from the proposed mining of the Carney coal. And along with that, the mining results indicate that there would be no material damage to the hydrologic balance outside of the permit boundary. Next slide, please. I was also asked to look at a couple of other issues related to the hydrogeology of the site. One of the things I was asked was, did Brook Mine adequately address the issues brought forward by the EQC? And we've already kind of gone through a bunch of these in some of the previous discussions. No chia was developed. The TR1 mining area was inadequately characterized. Maybe there was a insufficient hydrologic characterization. Impacts to private wells were not adequately addressed. We've kind of gone through all those. So if I could have the next slide, please. Obviously the cumulative health impact assessment has been developed. I've reviewed that as well, and I'll talk about that shortly. The mine plan has been drastically revised so that the TR1 area has been removed totally, as well as the master's coal. So now we have a separate underlying aquifer that can be readily monitored. The period of operations, as I talked about before, was substantially increased, which decreases the footprint and the magnitude of drawdown. And one of the things that I thought that Brook Mine did very well was they went back in and looked at all the private wells more closely that had been included in the initial modeling. And through that additional investigation determined that most of those wells are not completed in the Carney Coal. And so the predicted drawdown, which was made under the assumption that those wells were completed in the Carney Coal, was excessive. And when you removed a lot of those wells, it turns out that I think there were only less than half a dozen wells outside the permit boundary, that private wells that would have any kind of drawdown, measurable drawdown. And even that, the maximum was about 3 feet. So relatively minor impacts. And those are very localized and short-term in nature. Once the mining is done in a panel, the area around that starts to recover pretty quickly. Next slide, please. I did review the cumulative health impact assessment, and I'm just going to go right to, my conclusions were that my conclusions are that the conclusions reported in the CHIA are consistent with the identified hydrologic concerns, the applicable statutes, rules, and regulations, and the design components of the Brook Mine permit. In other words, the mitigation measures, the design of the mine is such that it will minimize material balance to the hydrologic balance, minimize material damage to the hydrologic balance outside of the permit boundary. And that's what it's supposed to do. There's no guarantees, this is the permit, and in the permit, Brook Mine has stated, these are our intentions, how we plan to prevent damage. I think they've done that successfully. I think the DEQ has looked at that and compared that against various criteria and found that they agree with that. Next slide, please. All right, so I was also asked to review some of the Powder River Basin Resource Council's concerns. We've heard some of them again today. Most of them are focused on the Tongue River and the Tongue River alluvium. Maybe not so much on the modeling assessment, but more on the level of hydrologic characterization, whether or not that's adequate, and then some monitoring concerns, both operationally and post-mining. I'm going to say I strongly disagree with some of the statements and contentions of BRC regarding certainly the modeling. I think it does give a very good representation and demonstrates that impacts should be short-term in nature and very localized. So we really have kind of addressed that. The model is complex, and that goes along with, as Mr. Wyman said, it's a complex hydrologic system. That's why the model has to be complex. If it was a simple system, we wouldn't have needed to incorporate all the data that's in there. It would have been, a pretty simple calculation. Because of the complexity of the site, the model addresses that. Is it a perfect match? Of course not. No model is. Models are tools that help us make reasonable decisions. And I think that the model in this case is a good tool to use for predicting future impacts. And you know, there's always the request for more data. I'm a scientist, I'm a modeler, I always want more data. But from a practical standpoint, the collection of additional data, I don't think would change the model outcome substantially. I think, you know, the conceptualization of the site is pretty good the way it is right now. And so I don't really think that additional data is necessary, although the data will continue to be collected. Monitoring is going to go on. As Jeff had stated earlier, there are 3 monitoring wells, alluvial monitoring wells along the Tongue River. Those are going to be continually monitored on a quarterly basis once the permit is issued. There's 5 years before there will be any interception of groundwater, so that's certainly a long enough period of time that we would see trends and be able to develop a good baseline background information off of that. There's also 3 wells in Slater Creek, so the same conditions apply there. As far as, I'll just leave that. Can I go to the last slide, please? So in summary, in my professional judgment, the groundwater model presents a reasonable and thorough and representative assessment of probable hydrologic impacts of the proposed mining in the Kearney Coal. I think the EQC hydrogeology concerns are largely addressed through the additional data that's been collected, through the revisions to the mine plan, and then the incorporation of all those components back into the revised model. I find the CHIA, I think the findings of the CHIA are consistent with the hydrologic concerns that are identified and the design components that are in the Brook mine permit. And it is my opinion that the Brook mine will not cause material damage to the hydrologic balance outside of the permit area. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions you might have.
Yeah, Errol, this is Todd. So if we could go back to the slide where you have shown the different panels.
That's slide 8.
Was slide 8?
Yes.
So maybe Keith can go back to slide 8. My question is, could you describe on this particular map where the open pit area would be, because that's really where it starts, right?
The pit, where's that, Jeff? That's by the Taylor Quarry, right? So it's kind of directly, unfortunately, the size of this, probably north of about, is that A5, kind of right in there? Yeah, if you see the red A5, the alluvial monitor point, it's directly north of that, kind of in that area, the Taylor Quarry area.
Okay, so that's where the open pit area would be, and that would be the initial part of the mine, correct?
Yes, sir. And in this particular, the panels that are shown on here are beginning with year 5 on the eastern side. So after that initial 5 years is completed, because no groundwater is anticipated to be intercepted, the modeling sort of kicks in at that point going forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Tom or Jeff, we can turn it over now. I think
Timothy Ross, right? All right.
Thank you, Errol.
Hey, Tim, we got you?
Yeah, you do. I have a PowerPoint presentation I'd like to have you put up too.
Absolutely. Bear with me. I'm going to get it here. And Tim, did you also want to share a video?
Yes, please.
All right, great. 1 second. All right, Tim, we got you. Just bear with me. Let me just start this and we'll start sharing. All right. There you go.
Thanks. My name is Tim Ross. I'm a principal with Agapito and Associates. I'm a mine engineer licensed in the state of Wyoming. I'm the professional engineer that signed off on the Brook Mine High Wall Mine Report. Tom Vandergriff, who is also an Agapito principal and is participating in this hearing, is a mine engineer licensed in Colorado. He was the lead engineer on the technical work for Agapito's highwall mine report. If need be, Tom's available to address questions on the specifics of his engineering work. Agapito is a group of mining and geotechnical engineers based in Colorado. One of our specialties is highwall mine design. In the last 20 years, we have completed 45 highwall mining studies, mostly in the western US. Next slide, please. After the Wyoming EQC found deficiency in the Brook mine permit application, Agapito was contracted to perform a site-specific study for the TR1 mining area to address the findings of the EQC related to subsidence risk, provide technical support for the Brook mine subsidence control plan, and address other geotechnical or operational issues that might impact highwall mining. Note that the TR1 area shown here is different from the TR1 of previous permit applications, which was to the southeast and no longer part of the plan. Next slide, please. To achieve these objectives, Agapito completed a site characterization study, developed a detailed engineered highwall mine design, and conducted a study to determine the risk of subsidence. For the surface characterization, Agapito conducted a site visit to better understand the surface conditions. However, we were unable to assess the subsurface conditions as there was no active mining taking place on the site. Next slide, please. To evaluate subsurface conditions, a core sample was taken from the TR1 mining area. Agapito inspected, photographed, logged, and performed physical property testing on the rock and coal surrounding and overlying the mining horizon. From these tests, it was determined that the Kearney coal seam targeted for highwall mining is about 15% weaker than the average for Western surface coals, and that the roof and floor is only marginally weaker compared to typical Western coal seams. Agapito recommended only one core hole for the approximate 70 acres of the TR1 mining area, and it equals the requirements of our other highwall mining studies with a similar area, and we stand by the design based on that data. Next slide, please. For the detailed engineering design, Agapito used the site characterization data to complete web and pillar designs using industry-accepted empirical methods. And then we confirmed those designs using two specialized computer modeling programs, LaModel and UDEQ. And the UDEQ modeling was based on the site-specific data, considering the roof and floor physical properties from our testing to confirm the stability of the roof and floor, and indicated that the pillars would not punch into the roof or floor. Next slide, please. One of the major concerns that have been raised today is the risk of surface subsidence from the risk of surface damage from subsidence. There are two types of subsidence that could occur. Trough subsidence, which is a consequence of pillar failure or pillars punching into the roof and or floor over a large area that result in a decrease of the surface elevation above the failure. Trough subsidence can damage surface structures, but in the absence of surface structures, the damaged ground is usually easy to repair with regrading and revegetation. The second type is sinkhole subsidence, which is caused by the overburden collapsing into the mine opening. The most obvious and problematic historical subsidence in the area of the Brook mine is from sinkholes over the intersections of ruined pillar underground mines. Next slide, please. If Agapito's highwall mine design recommendations are followed, there's little risk of trough subsidence at the Brook mine because of properly designed stable pillars that will be left between the openings. Agapito used the ARMS highwall mine approach, which was developed by NIOSH and recommended by MSHA for highwall mine designs. The pillars are designed to a 1.6 pillar stability factor using conservative inputs. We use conservative coal strength of 762 PSI versus the recommended standard of 900 PSI. Agapito has specified a conservative minimum pillar width to height ratio of 1.0. We use an overburden density of 162 pounds per cubic foot, which is conservative by 12% of the testing data. We use a conservative overburden depth of 90% of the maximum cover depth. Also, to ensure that the mined openings and the pillars left between the openings comply with the design, high wall mining systems are equipped with high-tech guidance systems which mine openings and leave pillars per the design specification. Next slide, please. There's also a low risk of sinkhole subsidence at the Brook mine. Agapito is not aware of any sinkhole subsidence occurring at any of the mines that have used our high wall mine design recommendations. Sinkhole subsidence is associated with shallow mine workings, usually less than 140 feet. Most of the high wall mining proposed for the Brook mine has more than 140 feet of cover and goes up to 375 feet. Finally, comparing the recommended high wall mine design with the historical mining that contributed to many of the sinkholes around the Brook mine, the proposed high wall mine in most locations will be further below the surface than the historical mining that caused the subsidence. The high wall mining opening widths are fixed at 11.5 feet. Where the historical underground subsidence took place, the mine openings were up to 25 feet wide. Smaller opening widths reduce the probability of sinkholes. High wall mining has no intersections. The pattern of historical sinkholes indicates most of the historical sinkhole subsidence occurred at the intersections of underground room and pillar mines. And finally, high wall mining extracts about 40% of the coal, whereas the historical mining was estimated at 50%. Next slide, please. To summarize, Agapito's geotechnical design will result in stable pillars and a low probability of trough subsidence. Sinkholes may form in shallow cover areas, but not likely or frequently. The Brook Mine Subsidence Control Mine appropriately addresses subsidence through a combination of prevention by using an appropriate mine design, monitoring for subsidence, and in the unlikely event there is subsidence, mitigation by reclamation. The current subsidence control plan meets applicable Wyoming regulations. Next slide, please. Agapito's study in high wall mine design has addressed all adverse EQC findings related to subsidence. The finding that there were inadequate studies and testing to assess the risk of subsidence was addressed by Agapito's robust high wall mine design that meets or exceeds industry standards. The finding that there was not an adequate subsidence plan was met by Agapito's high wall mine report being incorporated into the subsidence control plan. The finding that there was a lack of site-specific data to assess pillar stability was met by Agapito's site-specific ground characterization effort. Next slide, please. The finding that the original mine plan used too high a coal strength value was met by Agapito's use of a lower value based on the lab testing. And the finding that subsidence control plans should be stamped by Wyoming PE was met by Agapito's report, which was stamped by Wyoming PE. Next slide, please. That concludes my comments. Appreciate the opportunity to speak, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to take them, or Tom Vandergrift, depending on the question. So if you could, and you have questions, if you could activate his mic, that would be great.
Sorry, I was just saying. Thanks, Tim. I do have a few questions for you. The first question I have is you had made reference to you used 762 PSI coal strength versus the 900 PSI. My only question there is why did you do that and how did you come up with 762?
Tom, are you online?
Yes, I can address that. The 900 PSI coal strength is the standard, and from our experience in Western highwall mine design, that correlates to about a 2070 PSI laboratory strength. 900 PSI is an in-place coal strength due to the fabric of the coal. Its actual strength in ground is less than you'll see in the laboratory. So our laboratory test results indicated that it was about 15% lower than that 2070 PSI standard strength. So we adjusted the in situ strength down 15% as well. And that's how you get the 762.
All right, thank you. And then some of the comments that we heard earlier today related to subsidence of previously mined areas. So as you get vibration from the mining activity, that you might have subsidence in other areas, not just from the high wall itself, that active mining area. Can you speak to that a little bit, and as to how you did your review on that and what your findings were?
Tom, can you address that?
Our study did not consider any impacts to old mining. That was outside the scope of our study.
Okay. And then one last question. Well, that's pretty much the same question that I just asked. So I don't have any further questions. So thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And Jeff or Tom, I guess it's back to you.
Okay, that's it. That was our last presenter. So that completed our time, and I've got 2:08, so I think we hit the hour right on the head, guys.
Perfect, perfect.
They missed it by a minute.
All right, well, thank you again for the presentation. Don't go away. What I'd like to do now is get a sense of how many of the parties that have given presentations or oral statements would like to get a little additional time to make some closing remarks or follow-up remarks.
And they can do that if you want to raise your hand on the system up to the right. There should be this little hand thing. Just press that, and then we'll know to turn on your mic and ask any additional questions or make additional comments. So Keith Burren.
So again, if you do, just raise your hand or let Mark know if you're in Sheridan. Otherwise, we'll start, Keith, with you, and then we'll see if we get any other hands raising as we go along. So we'll open it up to Keith Burron with Bighorn Coal.
Thank you, Director Parfit. I will be brief here and don't have a lot to add here. I just wanted to note that, I mean, I didn't hear a lot in specific in terms of responses specifically to Mr. Sweeney's comments, and so wanted to reiterate, his comment on the order in lieu, because as Brook pointed out in his presentation, the mine plan has changed significantly from what was presented at the original in the original application and what went in front of the council at the order in lieu proceeding. So, we just want to ensure that, there is more clarity in the mine and reclamation plan in terms of the activities that are going to potentially occur or could impact Bighorn Coal surface. And so, to the extent that the intent is for the existing order in lieu from the prior proceeding to be sort of utilized for the current mine plan, that its application would be specific to this plan and not, the prior plan, not a revised plan that may occur in the future. But because the order in lieu is, it's not a general adjudication of property rights or a carte blanche right of access. It instead allows access for specific purposes set forth in the permit application. And, what Mr. Sweeney presented in terms of the deficiencies, we believe are appropriate to address, and Bighorn Coal would like to see those concerns addressed in the application before it's acted on by the department. That's all I would have to add.
Okay, thank you, Keith. And just for the record, that was Keith Buron. Okay, Keith, did you get anybody else raising their hands?
No, it doesn't seem at this time. Still scrolling through, it doesn't appear.
Okay, so what I might do is I'll just read through the list, and if you're there and you want to make any closing remarks or additional statements, just let me know. So I'm just going to walk down the list here. Bill Bensel, did you have any additional remarks?
He's not on.
Okay. Art Hayes.
Art is not on.
Okay. Joanne Westbrook.
No.
Mary Brezek Fisher.
Mary is on. Mary, I've turned on your mic. Did you have any additional comments or questions? Statements?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
A couple of things. Please note that the Brook presentation about subsidence focused entirely on the pillar strength and their conclusion that pillar strength was sufficient to avoid subsidence. Second comment, Dr. Marino was commenting on an entirely different issue, which was floor and roof strength above and below the mined out area had not been assessed and presented risks. The Brook presentation did not respond to this criticism. A third comment, I believe that presenter Errol Lawrence from Petrotech made a statement that with this revised mine plan, there were only a handful or maybe half a dozen private wells that would be impacted to approximately only 3 feet of drawdown. I would like to know if those wells have been identified and whose property those wells are on.
Okay, anything else there, Mary?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Jillian Malone.
Yes, I would like to ask a question. Considering the fairly large discrepancy between the presentations of Jerry Marino and Mike Wireman versus Timothy Ross and Errol Lawrence, I was wondering if it would be possible to have Jerry and Mike directly address Timothy Ross and Errol Lawrence with questions and concerns that they have. So we can start to get to the bottom of some of this.
Yeah, so Jillian, because there is no direct cross-examination here, I will be giving the Powder River Basin Resource Council the opportunity to provide any additional information. So when they get to that, if Dr. Marino or Mike Wireman want to add anything to their oral statement, we'll allow them to do that.
So no possibility for an actual dialogue between these experts so that we can really get this right.
Not in this forum.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Joan Tellez?
No.
Okay, John Boyack?
Don't believe, no, John is no longer in the chair. In the chair office.
Anton Bosak?
No.
Okay. And I know Keith, you spoke for Bighorn Coal, but Jordan Sweeney, do you have any additional additions to your statement?
No, I have nothing to add. Thank you very much.
Okay. And then Priscilla Dillon.
Let's see if she's on. I don't see her on.
Okay. All right. So then I'd go to Shannon Anderson on behalf of PRBRC.
Hi, Director Parfit. This is Shannon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And we just had, on behalf of Powder River Basin Resource Council, we just had a few responses. The first on the water rights that Mr. Barron spoke about, and you asked a question if that was in the permit. And we did not see anything about the delineation of all of those water rights and water sources, particularly the city of Ranchester, mentioned directly in the permit application. So I would just encourage you to fact check that. And if it's not in there, we do believe that's a real problem because it doesn't explain where the water for the mine will be coming from. And that could be a fairly large deficiency, particularly when you consider the need to look at all of that within the CHIA. And then I did correspond a little bit with Mike Wireman. He didn't see a need to respond to anything, I think, directly on the hydrology. And I did text Dr. Marino, but I'm not sure if he's still involved on the GoTo webinar, but I leave it to him whether he feels he needs to say anything about subsidence.
And he is still on. I can turn on his mic right now to see if he has anything more to add. Dr. Marino, are you with us?
Yes. I have no further comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Shannon, I still have you on. Any other additional comments?
I don't think so. That should be it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. And then I'll go back to Tom Santonetti. Any concluding remarks?
We've got a couple that will be addressed by Jeff. Can you get Jeff Barron back on, because he has the answers to a couple of the points that were raised?
Yes, I have Jeff on now.
Okay, can you hear me? Yep. So I do want to address one of Bighorn Coal's concerns as far as the area of disturbance in the laydown area. We have that area slotted to allow the most maximum flexibility. It is not Ramaco's intent to disturb that entire area, but maybe portions or pockets of that area. So we have that area slotted as an area of disturbance, but the intent isn't to disturb the entire area all at once. As it relates to Mary Fisher's comments on the wells that are impacted, they are in the permit. It's table MP 6-2A. There's 5 wells listed there. It's also on page MP-53 of the permit application. And as it relates to the use of the town of Ranchester's water, that's completely is used for replacement in case a water well should be damaged and need some sort of municipal water to replace it while a well is being drilled. I've looked briefly just in the short time I had. I haven't found the location in the permit application, but I believe it is in there.
Anything further from Brook Mine?
I have nothing further, Director Parfit.
Now you can.
I think that wraps it up for us, Mr. Director. I think that's all the questions we were able to answer, given the issues that were brought up here by the last 4 or 5 speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. All right. Well, that will conclude the informal conference. I want to thank everybody that participated and took the time to participate in the informal conference and provide additional information to be considered. Also want to say thank you to all the DEQ staff that handled all of the technology aspects of this and made it work. So the technology really can work, and appreciate those efforts. I also want to point out that since it's 2:20 now, we will keep the portal on the smart comments open for written statements until 4 o'clock this afternoon. And just so you all know that that's still open if there's additional documents we talked about that you were going to upload to that system, and appreciate that. Now, in closing, I will make a final decision on the issuance or denial of the Brook Mine permit within 60 days of this informal conference. And when that decision is made, all of the 89 entities that provided timely comments will receive the final decision on the application. So that concludes the informal conference. And again, thank you, everybody.